Welcome to another exciting episode on the Fiction Wizard. Today, we're exploring a captivating tale called What If Hermione Became a Death Eater? The dark side of brilliance. Before we begin, if you enjoy our content, please support us by liking this video and subscribing to our channel. It helps more than you know. And now, the story awaits. Chapter 1, The Fracture. The Hogwarts Express rattled through the countryside, but Hermione Granger barely noticed the emerald hills blurring past the window. Her fingers absently traced the thin purple scar across her chest, a souvenir from Dolahov's curse at the Department of Mysteries. 3 months hadn't been enough to process what happened that night. Sirius falling through the veil. The crush of bodies in pitched battle. The searing pain that had silenced her mid-spell. She'd told no one about the nightmares. Anything from the trolley, dear? Hermione startled. No, thank you. The compartment door slid shut again. Harry and Ron remained absorbed in a spirited debate about Quidditch captaincy, neither noticing her flinch. She tugged her collar higher and returned to her book, though the words swam before her eyes. You've been quiet, Harry said suddenly, green eyes fixing on her with rare attention. Just thinking about NEWT classes, she lied. Ron snorted. Term hasn't even started, Hermione. Give it a rest. Some of us care about our futures, Ronald, she said, sharper than intended. An awkward silence fell. Hermione sighed and stood, mumbling something about finding the prefect compartment, though their meeting had ended an hour ago. The corridor swayed beneath her feet as she walked, no destination in mind. Everything felt wrong this year. The invisible weight on her chest had nothing to do with Dolahov's curse and everything to do with the creeping isolation she couldn't shake since that night at the ministry. Lost, Granger? The cool voice made her turn. Theodore Nott leaned against a compartment door, lanky and angular with calculating eyes that never seemed to miss anything. Prefect duties, she said automatically. Lying doesn't suit you. His smile didn't reach his eyes. You look like someone who'd rather be anywhere but here. And you look like someone who should mind their own business. Rather than taking offense, Nott chuckled. Finally, something interesting from a Gryffindor. He studied her with unsettling intensity. You know, I've always wondered how someone with your intellect ended up with those two. Seems a waste. They're my friends. Are they? He pushed off from the door. Friends notice when you're drowning. Before Hermione could respond, he was gone, slipping into a compartment and leaving her staring after him, unsettled by how easily he'd seen through her. The first week back at Hogwarts brought fresh frustrations. Harry had become obsessed with Malfoy's activities and his mysterious textbook, brushing aside Hermione's concerns with irritating dismissal. It's cheating, Harry. And potentially dangerous. You have no idea who this prince person is. It's just clever shortcuts, Harry argued in the common room, the book clutched protectively. Besides, I'm top of the class in potions now. Thought you'd be happy for me. Not when you're taking credit for someone else's work. Come off it, Hermione, Ron chimed in from where he lounged by the fire. You're just upset someone's finally better than you at something. The casual cruelty of the statement hit harder than he could know. Hermione gathered her books with trembling hands. I have rounds. She fled the common room, vision blurring. It wasn't the academic competition that bothered her, it was the blatant disregard for her concerns, the dismissal of potential dangers because Harry wanted an easy win. After everything they'd been through, after nearly dying in the Department of Mysteries, they still treated her caution as nagging. Her feet carried her to the library automatically. At nearly curfew, it was practically deserted, just how she preferred it lately. She claimed her usual secluded table, hidden behind the ancient runes section where few students ventured. Hiding again, Granger. She jumped. Theodore Nott materialized from between the stacks like an apparition, carrying a stack of worn books with faded spines. I'm studying, she said defensively. Of course you are. He set his books down across from her. Mind company? This table has the best lighting. She did mind, but curiosity won out. Nott wasn't like other Slytherins, he operated at the periphery, observing rather than participating in Malfoy's usual taunts. "Suit yourself," she muttered, returning to her arithmancy calculations. They worked in silence for nearly an hour. Hermione found herself stealing glances at his reading material, advanced magical theory, nothing sinister, but far beyond standard curriculum. "Something caught your eye, Granger?" Nott asked without looking up. "Magical resonance theory isn't on any Hogwarts syllabus," she said. "Neither is thinking for oneself, yet here we are." He slid the book toward her. "Hogwarts teaches magic like a cookbook, follow instructions, get results. But magic isn't rigid. It's adaptive, responsive to intent and understanding." Against her better judgment, Hermione's fingers traced the complex diagrams on the page. "This contradicts Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration." "It doesn't contradict, it contextualizes." Something sparked in Nott's eyes. Gamp wasn't wrong, just incomplete. The exceptions to his law aren't absolutes but variables dependent on magical resonance. Hermione found herself drawn into a debate that stretched until Madame Pants shooed them out at closing. For the first time in months, her mind felt fully engaged, the constant undercurrent of anxiety temporarily silenced by intellectual challenge. As they parted in the corridor, Nott casually mentioned, "I've got more books on the subject if you're interested." No obligation to the snake pit required. Hermione hesitated. "Why are you being nice to me, Nott?" "Nice?" He looked genuinely amused. "I'm being selfish. Intelligent conversation is a rare commodity around here. Even rarer since you've been walking around half-present all term." Before she could respond, he disappeared down the staircase toward the dungeons, leaving Hermione with the uncomfortable feeling that Theodore Nott saw far too much. October brought driving rain and mounting tensions. Ron had begun a very public relationship with Lavender Brown, their constant displays of affection turning the common room into territory Hermione actively avoided. Harry divided his time between stalking Malfoy on the Marauder's map and poring over the Half-Blood Prince's book. Hermione found herself spending more time in the library, where Theodore Nott occasionally joined her, bringing increasingly fascinating magical texts that never appeared on any curriculum. "You've got the application backward," he said one evening, watching her struggle with a complex charm modification. "Intent shapes magic more than precision. Your technique is flawless but mechanical." "That's not what Professor Flitwick teaches," Hermione argued. "Flitwick teaches standardized magic for standardized results." Nott leaned forward. "Try it with feeling rather than form." Hermione frowned but closed her eyes, focusing on what she wanted rather than the precise wand movement. The quill before her shimmered and transformed not just in appearance but in essence, the transfiguration deeper and more complete than her previous attempts. "That's..." She stared at the result. "What you're capable of when you stop limiting yourself to what they'll put on an exam." Nott's smile held something like pride. "You've got raw talent, Granger. Shame to see it constrained by curriculum." Their study sessions became the brightest point in increasingly dark days. While her friendship with Harry and Ron deteriorated, her magical understanding expanded exponentially. Nott introduced her to branches of theory that made standard NEWT work seem childish by comparison. She told herself it wasn't about the growing distance from her friends. It wasn't about Ron's thoughtless cruelty or Harry's obsessive dismissal of her concerns. It was intellectual curiosity, nothing more. The lie became harder to maintain when the first serious warnings about her parents arrived. "They're completely exposed." Hermione's voice echoed in Dumbledore's office as she stood before his desk, clutching the letter from the Order. "Death Eaters have been sighted in their neighborhood twice now." Dumbledore regarded her calmly over steepled fingers. "The Order has placed monitoring charms, Miss Granger. Your parents are being watched." "Being watched isn't the same as being protected. They're muggles, they can't defend themselves against magical attacks. Resources are stretched thin," Dumbledore said gently. We cannot provide round-the-clock protection for every order-adjacent family. Your parents are considered low-priority targets compared to low priority. The words felt like a slap. Because they're muggles? Or because I'm just Harry Potter's sidekick and not worth targeting directly? Something flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, surprise or disappointment, she couldn't tell. That is not what I said, Miss Granger. We must make difficult decisions based on intelligence. My parents' lives aren't a difficult decision. They're only targets because of me, because I'm Harry's friend, because I fought at the Ministry. The scar across her chest seemed to burn with the memory. I nearly died for this cause. They deserve protection. I understand your concern, but, no, you don't, Hermione cut him off, shocking herself with her boldness. If it were the Weasleys, you'd have half the order there. But my Muggle parents are expendable. Dumbledore sighed heavily. I will see what additional measures can be arranged. For now, I suggest you focus on your studies and allow the order to handle these matters. The dismissal was clear. Hermione left his office with rage burning in her chest, tears of frustration threatening to spill. Focus on her studies while her parents had targets on their backs. Allow the order to handle it when they just admitted her family wasn't worth protecting. She found herself wandering toward the library automatically, vision blurred. She collided with someone rounding the corner. Watch where you're, Granger. Malfoy's usual sneer faltered as he took in her tear-streaked face. He looked terrible himself, skin ashen, dark circles under his eyes. Not now, Malfoy, she muttered, trying to push past. To her surprise, he didn't taunt her. Instead, he gave her an oddly searching look before stepping aside. Whatever it is, crying in corridors makes it worse, he said, almost awkwardly. Trust me on that. Before she could process the strange moment, he was gone, leaving her to wonder when Draco Malfoy had become familiar with crying alone in corridors. They won't help, will they? Not asked when she arrived at their usual table that evening, eyes still red-rimmed. Hermione stiffened. How did you, word gets around. He shrugged. Death Eater kids hear things. There's been talk about targeting Muggle parents of prominent Muggleborns. Strategic pressure points. Cold fear replaced anger. What have you heard? Nothing specific about yours, he said. But it fits the pattern. The orders stretched thin, they can't protect everyone. Apparently my parents fall into the not worth protecting category, Hermione said bitterly. Not studied her. There are other ways to protect them, you know. Ways that don't rely on Dumbledore's priorities. What do you mean? Instead of answering, he slid a small, worn book across the table. Blood wards. Ancient protection magic tied to lineage and intent. Technically classified as dark because they require a blood sacrifice, but it's just a few drops. Nothing dramatic. Hermione stared at the book. This is dark magic. This is survival magic, not corrected. The distinction between dark and light is largely political, Granger. The Ministry classifies magic based on who they want using it, not on what it actually does. She should have pushed the book away. She should have reported him. Instead, her fingers closed around the leather binding. I'm not suggesting you join the Death Eaters, Nott said quietly. I'm suggesting you protect your family with every tool available, not just the ones deemed acceptable by people who've ranked your parents as expendable. He left her alone with the book and her thoughts. Hermione sat motionless for a long time before opening to the first page on blood wards. By the time the library closed, she had read it cover to cover twice. You need a quiet location, Nott explained 3 days later. They stood in an abandoned classroom on the 7th floor. Blood magic is sensitive to interference. Hermione set out the materials they'd gathered, silver knife, crystal vial, parchment inscribed with runic circles. You're sure this will work? Even with me casting it? Blood magic doesn't care about blood status, Granger. That's propaganda. It cares about intent and power. He gestured at the preparations. And you have plenty of both. Her hand trembled as she picked up the knife. I've never done anything like this. It's not so different from brewing polyjuice potion in second year, Nott said with a knowing smile. Yes, I know about that. You're not as subtle as you think. Hermione took a steadying breath and made a shallow cut across her palm. The pain was sharp but brief as blood welled up, bright red against her skin. She let it drip into the crystal vial, reciting the incantation Nott had helped her memorize. The magic felt different, deeper, more visceral than any spell she'd cast before. It resonated through her body as if recognizing something fundamental in her being. When she completed the final words, the blood in the vial glowed briefly before absorbing into the parchment, the runes shimmering with dark energy. Now we bind it to your parents' home, Nott instructed. Focus on them, on the protection extending around them like a shield. Hermione closed her eyes, picturing her childhood home, her parents moving through familiar rooms, unaware of the magical war that threatened to consume them. The parchment heated in her hands, the magic pulsing outward, seeking its target miles away. When she opened her eyes, the parchment had transformed into a small, polished stone, warm to the touch and inscribed with runes that seemed to shift and move beneath the surface. It's done, Nott said, satisfaction in his voice. The ward is established. Anyone with the dark mark who approaches your parents' home will trigger backlash. What kind of backlash? Nothing fatal, he assured her. But painful enough to discourage casual attacks. It won't stop a determined assault, but it gives warning in time. Relief washed through her, followed quickly by unease at how easily she'd crossed a line she'd once considered absolute. Dark magic. Blood magic. She'd done it without hesitation for her parents' safety. Having second thoughts? Nott asked, watching her expression. No, she said, surprising herself with the certainty in her voice. I'm wondering why Hogwarts doesn't teach this. Why the Order doesn't use it. How many lives could be saved with knowledge that's restricted for, what? Political correctness? Something like approval flickered in Nott's eyes. Now you're asking the right questions, Granger. November brought the first Hogsmeade weekend and a fresh schism with her friends. Ron and Lavender were inseparable, their constant displays of affection like knives between Hermione's ribs. Harry oscillated between awkward attempts at mediation and distraction with his ongoing Malfoy obsession. He's up to something, Harry insisted as they walked toward the village, breath fogging in the cold air. Disappearing from the Marauders' map, missing Quidditch practice, maybe he just needs space, Hermione said, thinking of Malfoy's haunted expression in the corridor weeks ago. Harry gave her an incredulous look. This is Malfoy we're talking about. When have you ever defended him? I'm not defending him. I just think you're fixating on, oh, look, it's 1-1. Lavender squealed from behind them, hurrying forward to throw herself at Ron, who was emerging from Honeydukes. Hermione stopped walking. I think I'll head to Scrivenshaft's, she said tightly. I need new quills. Come on, Hermione, Harry pleaded. Don't let them, I'm not letting them do anything. I genuinely need quills. She forced a smile. I'll meet you at 3 broomsticks later. She turned away before Harry could argue, heading not toward Scrivenshaft's but to the edge of the village where fewer students ventured. The past weeks had brought a strange new reality, estrangement from her oldest friends alongside a deepening relationship with Theodore not that she hesitated to call friendship. The blood ward for her parents had been just the beginning. Since then, she'd devoured books on magical theory that challenged everything Hogwarts taught. Nott had become her guide to a world of magic unbound by ministry classifications, neither light nor dark but simply power waiting to be shaped by intent. Thinking deep thoughts, Granger. The voice made her turn. Nott stood behind her, his tall figure striking against the snow-covered hills. Just escaping the 1-1 show, she said with a grimace. Nott chuckled. Want to see something more interesting than lovesick Weasleys? Curiosity piqued, she followed him past the shrieking shack to a small copse of trees obscured from the main path. To her surprise, Blaise Zabini and Daphne Greengrass waited there, their expressions guarded as they spotted her. "You brought Granger?" Zabini asked, eyebrow raised. "She's been asking the right questions lately," Nott said simply. "Thought she might appreciate answers beyond what Hogwarts provides." Daphne studied Hermione with calculating eyes. "Can she be trusted?" "I'm standing right here," Hermione said irritably. "And I don't even know what I'm supposedly being trusted with." Nott smiled. "Show her, Blaise." Zabini hesitated before pulling what looked like a small silver mirror from his pocket. "Experimental magic," he explained. "Communication mirrors that bypass Hogwarts security. The Ministry would classify it as dark because it can't be monitored." Hermione took the offered mirror, examining the delicate runes etched along its frame. "This is brilliant spellwork," she said, recognizing elements of several charms interwoven with what looked like modified protean enchantments. "Did you create this?" "Daphne and I developed it last summer," Zabini said, pride evident despite his reserved tone. "Theo contributed the anti-detection elements. We're tired of having our communication monitored," Daphne added. "Every letter home gets read, every fluke call potentially overheard. This gives privacy." Hermione thought of her own letters home, careful compositions that never mentioned her nightmares or the true dangers she faced. "The Ministry doesn't have the right to monitor private conversations." "They do if one of your parents wears the mark," Daphne said bitterly. "Whether you chose that or not." The statement made Hermione pause. She'd never considered what it meant to be a Slytherin with Death Eater parents, the automatic suspicion, the surveillance, the assumption of guilt by association. "Not all Slytherins support the Dark Lord," Nott said quietly, watching her process. "But none of us have the luxury of openly opposing him either. Not with family hostages." "Why show me this?" Hermione asked. "Because you're smart enough to see past house colors," Nott replied. "And because we've noticed you've been cast adrift from your usual anchors. Thought you might appreciate knowing you have options." The implications hung in the cold air between them. Not friendship, exactly, but recognition. Respect for her abilities without the condescension she increasingly felt from her friends and the Order. Before she could respond, a scream pierced the winter air from the direction of the main village street. They rushed toward the sound, emerging onto a scene of chaos. Katie Bell hung suspended in midair, arms outstretched, face contorted in silent agony before she collapsed to the ground. Harry and Ron stood nearby, Harry shouting instructions as students scattered in panic. Professors converged on the scene while Leanne, Katie's friend, sobbed about a cursed necklace and a package for delivery to Hogwarts. "Imperious and accursed object," Nott muttered beside her. "Amateur approach." Hermione shot him a sharp look. "You know something about this?" "Only that it's clumsy," he said. "Anyone with half a brain could trace the object. No subtlety." She watched as Professor McGonagall levitated Katie onto a stretcher, the girl's body still twitching. "Will she survive?" "Depends on how much contact she had with the curse." Nott's expression turned thoughtful. "Your friend Potter is already pointing fingers at Malfoy, isn't he?" Hermione followed his gaze to where Harry gesticulated wildly to a skeptical-looking McGonagall. "He's been convinced Malfoy's a Death Eater since term started." "Interesting theory." Nott's tone revealed nothing. "What do you think?" "I think Malfoy looks like he's dying slowly," Hermione said honestly. "Whatever he's involved in, it's killing him." Nott studied her with new interest. "Perceptive, Granger. More than your friends give you credit for." The chaos around Katie's attack consumed the rest of the Hogsmeade visit. Hermione found herself pulled back into Harry and Ron's orbit by the emergency, listening to Harry's increasingly adamant theories about Malfoy's involvement. "I'm telling you, he's behind this," Harry insisted in the common room that evening. "He didn't come to Hogsmeade because he was setting this up. You don't have proof, Harry, Hermione said tiredly. McGonagall checked, he was in detention with Professor Snape. Snape would cover for him. Harry's face flushed with frustration. Why won't anyone listen to me? First Ron with his stupid lavender distraction, now you defending Malfoy. I'm not defending anyone. Hermione snapped, patience finally breaking. I'm asking for evidence before accusing someone of attempted murder. Since when do you need evidence when it comes to Malfoy? Ron chimed in, looking up from where he'd been pretending not to listen. You've hated him as much as we have for 5 years. This isn't about hate, it's about logic, Hermione said through gritted teeth. Something you two seem increasingly allergic to lately. Oh, I forgot, we're not all brilliant like you, Ron said with an eye roll. Sorry, we can't all spend every waking hour in the library. At least in the library, people actually think before they speak, Hermione gathered her books. Though I suppose critical thinking would interfere with sucking Lavender's face off. Ron's ears turned scarlet. Better than being an insufferable know-it-all that nobody wants around. The common room fell silent. Harry looked between them, aghast. Ron, you don't mean, forget it, Hermione said, voice deadly quiet. You've made yourself perfectly clear. She walked out, back straight, tears held rigidly in check until she cleared the portrait hole. 6 years of friendship, and this was what it came down to. Nobody wants you around. The words echoed, giving voice to the fear that had haunted her since first year, that she was tolerated, not wanted. Useful for homework and research but not truly valued. Her feet carried her automatically to the library, but tonight even that sanctuary felt hollow. She found herself climbing higher in the castle, eventually emerging onto the astronomy tower. The night air bit through her robes, but the cold felt clarifying after the suffocating tension of the common room. Risky place to wander alone, Granger. She didn't need to turn to recognize Malfoy's drawl, though it lacked its usual venom. Could say the same to you, she replied. He stepped into view, moonlight catching on his pale hair. Up close, he looked even worse than before, gaunt, shadows beneath his eyes so dark they looked like bruises. Weasley's an idiot, he said unexpectedly. Hermione stiffened. Been eavesdropping? Didn't need to. His bellowing carried halfway to the dungeons. Malfoy leaned against the stone parapet. For what it's worth, you're right about evidence. Not that it matters. Why are you talking to me? Hermione asked, confusion momentarily displacing misery. Malfoy gave a humorless laugh. Maybe I'm tired of playing predictable parts. You defend me to Potter, I say something civil to you. Breaking character all around. I wasn't defending you. I was defending logical reasoning. Of course. He glanced at her. Not's taken quite an interest in you lately. The abrupt change of subject caught her off guard. We study together sometimes. He's intelligent. He's calculating, Malfoy corrected. Theo doesn't make moves without purpose. What's that supposed to mean? Malfoy seemed to debate with himself before speaking. Just be careful what games you join, Granger. Some have rules you don't understand yet. Before she could press further, he pushed away from the parapet. Don't stay up here too long. Hypothermia isn't a good look on anyone. He disappeared down the spiral staircase, leaving Hermione with the unsettling feeling that she'd just received a warning, though whether about Nott or something larger, she couldn't tell. December arrived with bitter cold and news that froze Hermione's blood. The letter came at breakfast, delivered by an unfamiliar ministry owl. Her hands shook as she read the official notification. Miss Granger, we regret to inform you that a magical incident was reported at your parents' residence last night. Aurors responding to the scene found evidence of attempted forced entry and magical combat. The blood ward detected on the premises discharged, repelling the initial attack. However, subsequent magical force breached secondary protections. Your parents were not located at the residence. Evidence suggests they left shortly before the attack. Their current whereabouts are unknown. Due to the nature of the protective magic found, classified category B restricted, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement has opened an investigation into unauthorized dark magic use. You are required to report for questioning during the winter holiday. Regretfully, Amelia Whitby, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The parchment slipped from Hermione's fingers. They were gone. Her parents were missing. And rather than focusing on finding them, the ministry was investigating her use of blood magic. Hermione? Harry's voice seemed to come from very far away. What's wrong? She couldn't speak, couldn't explain. Standing abruptly, she fled the great hall, heart pounding in her ears. Blood ward discharged. Attack repelled. Parents missing. She didn't stop running until she reached the 7th floor, pacing frantically before the blank wall 3 times. The room of requirement materialized, offering a small, quiet space with a single chair. Collapsing into it, Hermione finally let the tears come. The blood ward had worked, it had detected Death Eaters and triggered, buying precious minutes. Her parents must have followed her emergency instructions to flee if anything unusual happened. But where were they now? Safe in hiding, or captured elsewhere? And the ministry, focusing on her unauthorized dark magic rather than finding her family. The injustice burned like acid. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. The door opened to reveal Theodore Knott, expression grave. I heard, he said simply. How? Her voice sounded raw even to her own ears. Word travels. He entered, closing the door behind him. The blood ward worked, Granger. It saved them. They're missing. Missing is better than dead. He crouched before her chair. Your parents are muggles, but they're not stupid. You must have given them contingency plans. She nodded slowly. Emergency passports. Cash reserves. Instructions to go to my mother's cousin in Australia if anything happened. Then that's likely where they are, Knott said. The Death Eaters wouldn't have expected muggles to have magical warnings or escape plans. They'd have assumed easy targets. Hope flickered tentatively. But the ministry is more concerned about unauthorized magic than muggle safety. No surprise there. Bitterness laced his words. They'll drag you in for questioning, threaten penalties for dark magic use, then do absolutely nothing about finding your parents. What am I supposed to do? Hermione whispered. I can't fight the ministry and find my parents and deal with school, you're not alone in this. Knott's words stopped her short. Not everyone believes in the strict divisions the ministry enforces. Some of us see the hypocrisy for what it is. What are you saying? I'm saying there are people who recognize your value, Granger. People who wouldn't classify your family as low priority. His eyes held hers steadily. The coming war won't be as simple as light versus dark. There are factions and nuances most don't see yet. You're talking about joining Voldemort, she said flatly. I'm talking about recognizing where true power lies. He stood. The order left your parents exposed. The ministry is criminalizing your attempts to protect them. At what point do you question whose side you're really on? The question hung in the air between them, dangerous and compelling. I could never support Voldemort's ideology, she said, but her voice lacked conviction. Ideology is flexible, Knott replied. Power is absolute. And you, Hermione Granger, have more power than most purebloods I know. The question is whether you'll continue to let others dictate how you use it. He placed a small, ornate key on the table beside her. This opens a private vault at Gringotts, funded by those who see your potential. Enough gold to search for your parents, hire protection, create new identities if needed. No strings attached. There are always strings, she whispered. Consider it an investment in possibility. He moved toward the door. Think about what matters most to you, Granger. Your parents' lives. Or the approval of people who've already shown they don't value those lives? After he left, Hermione sat motionless, the key cold against her palm. Everything she believed in, the clear division between right and wrong, the righteousness of Dumbledore's cause, seemed suddenly constructed of smoke and mirrors. The Order had deemed her parents expendable. The Ministry prioritized punishing her protective magic over finding them. Her friends were too absorbed in their own dramas to notice her drowning. She closed her fingers around the key, decision crystallizing with terrible clarity. She would find her parents and protect them, whatever the cost. And if that meant walking a darker path than she'd ever imagined, so be it. Some lines, once crossed, could never be uncrossed. But for her parents, she'd crossed them all. The Christmas holiday arrived with snow and silence. Hermione declined the Weasleys' invitation, citing Ministry questioning about her parents' disappearance. The truth was more complex. She couldn't bear the thought of forced festivity while her world collapsed, couldn't stomach Ron's casual cruelty or Harry's distracted concern. "You shouldn't be alone," Harry had insisted on the last day of term, genuine worry in his green eyes. "I won't be," she'd lied. "Distant relatives invited me." The empty castle suited her mood. Few students remained over the holiday, affording her privacy for what she needed to do. The key Knot had given her opened more than just a Gringotts vault. It unlocked connections to people who operated in shadows, who could trace magical signatures across continents for the right price. She'd visited the vault during a brief, authorized trip to Diagon Alley, amazed at the small fortune within. The note accompanying it had been simple: for finding what matters most. No obligation but to yourself. Now, in an abandoned classroom turned temporary workroom, Hermione prepared the complex locator spell she'd found in one of Knott's books. Not dark magic precisely, but certainly not taught at Hogwarts, a spell that used blood connection to find family members across any distance. Her cut palm dripped blood onto the map of Australia spread before her. "Sanguinum sequir," she whispered, focusing on her parents' faces with desperate intensity. The blood droplets began to move, crawling across paper oceans and continents, converging slowly toward a point on Australia's eastern coast. Sydney. A specific neighborhood highlighted as the blood pooled. Relief made her knees weak. They were alive. They had made it to Australia. Now she needed to ensure they stayed safe while she determined her next move. The classroom door opened. Hermione whirled, wand raised, to find Draco Malfoy staring at her ritual setup with wide eyes. "What are you doing here?" she demanded, stepping in front of the map. "Patrol duty," he said automatically, though prefects weren't assigned holidays. His gaze moved from the bloodied knife to the spelled map. "Blood magic, Granger. My, how standards have fallen." "Get out," she snapped, fear making her voice harsh. Instead, Malfoy closed the door behind him. "Finding your parents?" The direct question startled her. "That's none of your business." "No, it's not," he agreed. "Just like it's not my business to report unauthorized magic during holiday when staff is minimal and detection charms are at their lowest sensitivity." Hermione stared at him, trying to understand his angle. "Why wouldn't you report me?" Malfoy looked exhausted, the arrogance that had defined him for years seemingly burned away by whatever burden he carried. "Contrary to popular belief, I don't actually enjoy destroying lives. Especially not over someone trying to protect their family." The admission hung between them, unexpectedly honest. Hermione lowered her wand slightly. "They made it to Australia," she said, not sure why she was telling him. "But I need to make sure they're protected there too." Malfoy nodded slowly. "Australia's good. Far from his reach." His. A shadow crossed Malfoy's face. "You know who I mean. Why are you still here, Malfoy? At Hogwarts for Christmas?" "Same reason you are," he said with a humorless smile. "Nowhere else to go where I can." He trailed off, gesturing vaguely. "Where you can what?" "Breathe," he finished, the word barely audible. They regarded each other across the classroom, adversaries finding unexpected common ground in desperation. Something shifted in the air between them, not friendship but recognition, two people trapped in impossible positions. "Your parents," Malfoy said finally. "The Dark Lord won't stop looking just because they've left the country. Blood magic protection has limitations." "I know that," Hermione said, frustration coloring her voice. "But the Order won't help. The Ministry is more concerned with my illegal magic than their safety, and I don't exactly have Death Eater connections to negotiate with." "Don't you?" Malfoy's gaze was penetrating. Knott's taken quite an interest. That vault key didn't come from his personal allowance. Hermione froze. "How do you? We've been friends since childhood," he said. "And the Dark Lord's inner circle talks. Your name has come up." Cold dread pooled in her stomach. "What do you mean, my name has come up?" Malfoy seemed to battle with himself before answering. "There's interest in your potential. Your blood status is a complication, but not an insurmountable one. Not for someone with your abilities." "Are you saying Voldemort is recruiting me?" The absurdity of the notion would have made her laugh if not for the seriousness in Malfoy's expression. "I'm saying options exist that you haven't considered," he said carefully. "Protection for your parents could be arranged. Permanent protection, not just monitoring charms." "In exchange for what?" "My soul." Bitterness laced her words. "In exchange for your mind," Malfoy countered. "Your skills. Your willingness to see beyond black and white morality that the Order preaches while leaving your family exposed." Hermione stared at him, unable to process that Draco Malfoy, who had called her mudblood for years, was essentially suggesting she consider joining Voldemort's forces. "This is insane," she said finally. "You hate me. You think I'm beneath you. And now you're what, recruiting for the Death Eaters?" "This isn't about hate anymore," Malfoy said quietly. "It's about survival. Mine. Yours. Your parents. We all do what we must." He moved toward the door. "Think about it, Granger. What matters more, ideological purity or your parents' lives? The Order's already made their choice clear." After he left, Hermione sank to the floor, mind reeling. First Nott with his books and resources, now Malfoy with direct talk of protection through Death Eater channels. Was this a coordinated effort to turn her? Or were they each acting independently, recognizing the same vulnerability in her splintering loyalties? More disturbing was how tempting the offer felt. Not because she believed in Voldemort's cause, but because everyone who should have protected her family had failed them, had deemed them expendable. The Order. The Ministry. Even her friends, too wrapped up in teenage drama to notice her drowning. The blood on the map had dried, marking her parents' location with rust-colored finality. They were alive but hunted. And Hermione was alone with an impossible choice: maintain moral purity while risking her parents' lives, or compromise her principles to save them. No choice at all, really. The summons came on Christmas morning, not a gift but a reckoning. Hermione stared at the Ministry seal on the parchment, the formal language requiring her immediate presence for questioning regarding unauthorized blood magic detected at a Muggle residence. No mention of her parents' safety. No concern for the attack that had driven them into hiding. Only punishment for her attempt to protect them. She dressed carefully in formal robes, wand secured in her sleeve. The flu in McGonagall's office had been authorized for her travel to the Ministry, the professor's pinched expression revealing her disapproval. "Miss Granger, I must express concern about these allegations," McGonagall said stiffly. "Blood magic is strictly regulated for good reason." Was finding alternative protection also good reason after the Order deemed my parents low priority? Hermione asked, unable to keep bitterness from her voice. McGonagall looked stricken. Albus explained the resource limitations. Yes, he did. Hermione cut her off. Very clearly. She stepped into the flue before her professor could respond, calling out, "Ministry of Magic," as green flames engulfed her. The ministry atrium gleamed with festive decorations that felt like a mockery. Christmas trees sparkled while families like hers were torn apart, while prejudice masqueraded as policy. An auror escorted her to a small interrogation room, not the formal Wiesengemat chambers, but austere enough to intimidate. Two officials waited inside, Amelia Whitby from Magical Law Enforcement and a stern-faced man Hermione didn't recognize. "Miss Granger," Whitby began without preamble. "You stand accused of performing Category B restricted blood magic at a Muggle residence. How do you plead?" "I plead that my parents were under direct threat and the ministry offered no protection," Hermione replied evenly. "That is not a recognized legal response," the male official said. "Guilty or not guilty?" "If protecting my family is guilty, then yes, I'm guilty," Hermione said, anger rising. "Where are my parents? Have you found them? Or is punishing me for blood magic more important than locating Muggles targeted by Death Eaters?" "Miss Granger, your attitude is not helping your case," Whitby said sharply. "The use of blood magic is prohibited regardless of circumstances. Your status as a student and friend of Harry Potter has been taken into consideration, but, my status as Harry Potter's friend is precisely why my parents were targeted," Hermione interrupted. "And where was the ministry then? Where was the protection they deserved as citizens?" "Muggles fall under different jurisdictional categories," the male official began in a condescending tone. "Because their lives are worth less." Hermione's voice rose. "Is that the ministry's official position? That Muggle parents of witches and wizards are acceptable casualties?" "No one is saying that," Whitby said, though her discomfort was evident. "But regulations exist for public safety." "Whose safety?" "Not my parents. Not mine." Hermione's composure cracked. "The blood ward I cast saved their lives. It gave them warning to escape before Death Eaters broke through. That magic you're so eager to punish is the only reason they're not dead." The room fell silent. Hermione realized she was standing, hands pressed against the table, fury radiating from every pore. "Be that as it may," the male official finally said, "unauthorized magic carries consequences. Given your age and clean prior record, the ministry is prepared to offer leniency in exchange for full cooperation." "Cooperation with what?" Hermione asked warily. "Information," Whitby said. "About where you acquired knowledge of blood magic. Who taught you? Whether others at Hogwarts are experimenting with similar prohibited arts." The implication was clear, they wanted her to name names. To betray not, who had given her the means to save her parents when the ministry wouldn't. "I learned it from books in the restricted section," she lied smoothly. "Professor Flitwick granted me special access for advanced charms research." "Professor Flitwick denies authorizing such research," the male official countered. "Then perhaps his memory is failing," Hermione said coldly. "I have the signed permission slip in my trunk at Hogwarts." Another lie, but they couldn't verify it immediately. Whitby and her colleague exchanged glances. "Miss Granger, obstruction will only worsen your position," Whitby said. "If you're protecting someone, I'm protecting my parents," Hermione interrupted. "Something the ministry has consistently failed to do." "Are you searching for them? Have you assigned aurors to track them? Or is this interrogation your only priority?" The uncomfortable silence answered her question. Disgust rose like bile in her throat. "I see," she said quietly. "Then I have nothing more to say without legal representation." "You're not entitled to, actually, she is," a new voice interrupted. The door opened to reveal Percy Weasley, impeccably dressed despite the holiday. Ministry Code 342b grants all magical citizens right to counsel during investigative procedures. As Miss Granger is of age in magical law, having used a time turner in her 3rd year, she qualifies. Hermione stared at Percy in shock. Of all people to come to her defense, Ron's estranged brother was the last she'd expected. "Weasley, this doesn't concern your department," the male official said irritably. Interdepartmental cooperation during wartime, Percy replied smoothly. Minister Scrimgeour's new initiative. I believe you received the memo. He adjusted his glasses. Miss Granger is a key asset in Harry Potter's circle. The minister would be most displeased to learn she was denied proper legal procedure during questioning. The strategic invocation of Harry's name worked where appeals to justice had failed. Whitby's expression soured, but she nodded curtly. Fine. This interview is suspended pending legal consultation. She gathered her papers. Miss Granger, you are not to leave the country. We will resume this discussion after the holiday. They left, leaving Hermione alone with Percy, whose stiff posture relaxed fractionally once the door closed. Why? She asked simply. Percy's expression was unreadable. Not all ministry employees agree with current policies, he said carefully. Some of us recognize that alienating Muggleborns only serves the Dark Lord's agenda. Since when do you care about that? The question came out harsher than intended. Since I realized my ambition was blinding me to truth, he replied with surprising candor. My family situation is complicated. But that doesn't mean I support the ministry's current direction. He handed her a small card. My private flu address. If they contact you again, call me immediately before responding. Hermione took the card, bewildered by this unexpected ally. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Percy's expression darkened. The ministry is changing, Miss Granger, and not for the better. Be careful whom you trust. Rich advice coming from someone who had abandoned his family for career advancement, but Hermione kept that thought to herself. I'll keep that in mind. Percy escorted her back to the atrium, maintaining professional distance but positioning himself protectively at her side. As they reached the Floo connections, he spoke quietly. Your parents. Are they safe? For now, she answered cautiously. He nodded. Keep them where they are. Britain isn't safe for Muggles connected to prominent Muggleborns. The ministry's protection is unreliable. I've noticed, Hermione said dryly. Percy's eyes met hers, unexpected intensity in his gaze. Everyone must choose sides eventually, Miss Granger. Just be certain you understand what each side truly stands for beneath their stated ideals. With that cryptic warning, he stepped back, resuming his official persona as she took a handful of Floo powder. Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall's office, she called, green flames whisking her away from the ministry but not from the impossible choice it represented. New Year's Eve found Hogwarts eerily quiet, most remaining students gathered in their common rooms for subdued celebrations. Hermione avoided the small Gryffindor gathering, instead climbing to the astronomy tower where the night sky offered cold clarity. The past week had brought no news of her parents beyond what her blood magic had revealed, alive in Australia, but for how long? The ministry investigation had stalled thanks to Percy's unexpected intervention, but they would resume after the holiday. Everything was falling apart. Her friendship with Harry and Ron felt increasingly strained. The Order and Ministry had revealed themselves as fundamentally flawed institutions. And the temptation of Knott's offer, protection for her parents through darker channels, grew stronger each day. I thought I might find you here. She didn't need to turn to recognize Malfoy's voice. Somehow, his appearance felt inevitable, as if the universe had decided to confront her with every impossible choice at once. Come to gloat? She asked tiredly. No. He joined her at the parapet, gazing out over the snow-covered grounds. Come to warn you. About what? The ministry is compromised, he said without preamble. Not completely, not yet, but enough. Your questioning wasn't just about blood magic, it was about identifying your vulnerabilities. Cold fear trickled down her spine. What do you mean? The Dark Lord has people inside the ministry. They're building files on anyone close to Potter, looking for pressure points. Malfoy's voice was emotionless, reciting facts rather than threatening. Your parents are your pressure point. The blood magic investigation was just an excuse to confirm it. Why are you telling me this? Hermione asked, searching his face for deception. Malfoy looked haunted in the moonlight, all pretense stripped away. Because I know what it's like to have your family used against you. To be forced into choices you never wanted to make. Understanding dawned with terrible clarity. That's why you look half dead. He's threatening your family. A humorless laugh escaped him. Threatening implies a future possibility. My family is already hostage to my success or failure. The task Harry thinks you're doing, Hermione said slowly. It's real, isn't it? Malfoy didn't answer directly. There are no good choices in war, Granger. Only degrees of compromise. I won't join Voldemort, she said firmly. No matter what Nott implies or offers. Then you'd better find another way to protect your parents, because the Ministry won't. The Order won't. He turned to face her fully. And when the Dark Lord's agents find them in Australia, which they will, eventually, you'll have no leverage to negotiate their safety. The brutal honesty of his assessment hit harder than any threat. There has to be another option. Like what? Dumbledore's grand strategy that he shares with no one? Potter's blind faith that good triumphs because it's good? Bitterness laced Malfoy's words. The world doesn't work that way. Power recognizes power. Everything else is sentiment. That sounds like something Nott would say. Theo sees clearly what most don't want to admit, Malfoy said. That's why he approached you. Not because the Dark Lord ordered it, but because he genuinely believes you're wasted on Potter's side. The revelation startled her. You're saying Nott is recruiting me on his own initiative? Not exactly. The Dark Lord is aware. Approves, even. But the approach was Theo's idea. Malfoy studied her. He sees something in you that reminds him of himself. Intelligence without proper outlet. Potential constrained by others' expectations and prejudices. I'm nothing like Nott, Hermione protested. Aren't you? Malfoy challenged. Brilliant, ruthless when necessary, willing to break rules when they don't serve your purpose. The difference is that Theo grew up understanding power dynamics, while you're still catching up. The comparison unsettled her deeply because she couldn't entirely refute it. Hadn't she already crossed lines she'd once considered absolute? Blood magic. Lying to the Ministry. Considering alliances with people she'd once despised. I don't want power for its own sake, she said finally. No one starts that way, Malfoy replied. It begins with necessity. Protection. Survival. Then you realize what you can accomplish with it, how you can reshape the world instead of just reacting to it. He pushed away from the parapet. Midnight's approaching. New year, new choices. Why do I feel like you're recruiting me too? Hermione asked. Malfoy's expression turned complex, part resignation, part dark humor. I'm not recruiting you, Granger. I'm warning you. Because unlike Theo, I've seen what full commitment to the Dark Lord really means. He pulled back his sleeve, revealing the dark mark stark against his pale skin. Once you take this, there's no going back. No matter how much you regret it. The raw honesty of the confession left her speechless. Malfoy tugged his sleeve down, vulnerability vanishing behind familiar walls. Think carefully about what you're willing to sacrifice, he said. And for whom? The choices only get harder from here. He left her alone as distant bells began to chime midnight. A new year. New choices, as Malfoy had said. But the options before her seemed equally impossible: maintain loyalty to institutions that had already failed her, or compromise with darkness to protect what mattered most. In the distance, celebratory sparks shot into the night sky from Hogsmeade Village. Hermione watched them bloom and fade, cold resolution settling in her chest. She would find another way, not Dumbledore's path or Voldemort's, but her own. She would protect her parents without surrendering her soul. But as she descended the tower steps, a treacherous thought whispered in the back of her mind, what if there was no third option? What if the only choices were terrible ones? And if that were true, if she had to choose between her parents' lives and her moral principles, could she honestly say which she would sacrifice? The question followed her like a shadow as the new year began, a darkness that would shape everything to come. Chapter 2, The Transformation. The Hogwarts Express felt like a different world after the empty castle corridors. Students packed the train, shouting about Christmas presents and holiday adventures while Hermione pressed her forehead against the cool window glass, feeling a million miles removed from their carefree chatter. There you are. Harry dropped into the seat across from her. I've been looking everywhere. Didn't you get my letters? She had, stacks of increasingly concerned notes that she'd read and set aside, unable to form responses that wouldn't reveal everything falling apart around her. Sorry, she said, summoning a smile that didn't reach her eyes. It was a complicated holiday. Harry studied her face. What happened with the ministry? Your note just said you'd been questioned. They're investigating me for using blood magic to protect my parents. No point hiding that now. Apparently unauthorized protection spells are more concerning than Death Eater attacks on Muggles. Harry's jaw dropped. Blood magic? Hermione, that's dark. Illegal? The only reason my parents escaped before Death Eaters broke through our front door. She met his eyes steadily. Save the lecture, Harry. I've already had it from McGonagall and the Ministry. I wasn't going to lecture, he said, looking hurt. I was going to ask if you're okay. The simple question cracked something in her carefully maintained composure. No, she whispered. I'm not okay. My parents are in hiding. The Ministry's more interested in punishing me than finding them. And she stopped, unable to confess how close she'd come to considering unthinkable alliances. Harry reached across and squeezed her hand. We'll figure it out. We always do. His confidence should have been reassuring. Instead, it felt naive, almost childish in the face of what she now understood about the wizarding world's power structures. But she squeezed back anyway, clinging to the connection even as she felt it fraying. The compartment door slid open. Ron stood awkwardly in the entrance, Lavender hovering just behind him. Hey, he said, not quite meeting Hermione's eyes. Good holiday. The absurdity of the question made her want to laugh or scream. Fantastic, she said flatly. Nothing says, Happy Christmas like a Ministry interrogation. Ron winced. Harry told me about your parents. That's rough. Yeah. Rough. She turned back to the window, conversation closed. An uncomfortable silence fell until Lavender tugged Ron's sleeve. 1-1, we promised to meet Parvati, remember? Ron hesitated, clearly torn between staying to mend fences and following his girlfriend. Predictably, he chose the latter. See you at the feast, he mumbled before retreating. Once alone with Harry, Hermione felt some of her tension ease. How was your Christmas with the Weasleys? Quiet, he said. Everyone was worried about you, especially after that Prophet article. Her head snapped up. What article? Harry's expression turned guilty. You didn't see. There was a small piece about the Ministry investigating a Hogwarts student for dark magic use. Didn't name you specifically, but anyone with half a brain could figure it out, she finished bitterly. Fantastic. So now the whole wizarding world knows I'm under investigation. It wasn't front page, Harry offered weakly. That's not the point. She took a deep breath, reining in her temper. Sorry. I'm just tired. Harry studied her with concern. There's something else, isn't there? Something you're not telling me. The temptation to confide everything, Knott's books, Malfoy's warning, the impossible choice looming before her, was almost overwhelming. But Harry's black and white view of the world couldn't accommodate the gray area she now inhabited. He'd try to save her from choices he didn't understand were already in motion. "Just worried about my parents," she said instead. "The blood wards confirmed they made it to Australia, but I don't know if they're still safe." Harry's expression brightened. "We should tell the Order. They have international connections, they could, no." The word came out sharp enough to startle them both. "The Order already made it clear my parents weren't a priority." "What are you talking about?" "The Order would never, Dumbledore told me to my face, Harry. Limited resources, higher priority targets." The memory still burned. "My Muggle parents didn't make the cut." Harry looked stricken. "That can't be right. Dumbledore wouldn't what? Make strategic decisions about whose lives matter more." The bitterness she'd been suppressing spilled over. "Wake up, Harry. This isn't a children's story where good triumphs because it's good. It's war, and war means calculating acceptable losses." The silence that followed was deafening. Harry stared at her as if seeing a stranger. "What happened to you over break?" he asked quietly. "Everything," she wanted to say. "Reality happened. I grew up," she said instead. "Maybe it's time you did too." She instantly regretted the harsh words, but couldn't take them back. Harry's hurt expression cut deep, another fracture in a friendship already showing dangerous cracks. "I'm going to find Ron," he said finally, standing. "Come find us when you want to talk." After he left, Hermione pressed her forehead against the cold window again, watching countryside blur past with vision that swam with unshed tears. The distance between herself and her friends yawned wider with every conversation. How could she explain that the black and white morality they still clung to had dissolved for her, leaving only murky shades of grey? The compartment door slid open again, and she steeled herself for another awkward confrontation. Instead, Theodore Nott slipped inside, closing the door firmly behind him. "You look terrible, Granger," he said, taking the seat opposite. "Such charm," she replied dryly. "What do you want?" "To check on my investment." His gaze was penetrating. "The Ministry interrogation. How bad?" "Could have been worse." Percy Weasley intervened, surprisingly enough. Nott's eyebrows rose. "Interesting. Weasley's been straddling fences at the Ministry. Ambitious enough to play both sides. He said the Ministry is changing, becoming less reliable. That's one way to put it." Nott leaned forward. "The Dark Lord's influence grows daily. Not full control yet, but enough to make things difficult for anyone on Potter's side." "Your parents are alive in Australia," she cut in. The locator spell worked. "Good. But Australia isn't as far as you might think, magically speaking." He studied her expression. "You've been considering my offer." "Not a question." Hermione met his gaze steadily. "I've been considering all my options. And I need more than vague promises of protection. If I were to..." She couldn't quite say it aloud. "If I were to consider different allegiances, I'd need guarantees. Unbreakable guarantees." Something like respect flickered in Nott's eyes. "Smart. Never enter negotiations from a position of weakness." He nodded. "It can be arranged. A formal guarantee of your parents' safety, magically binding." "Why?" The question had burned in her since Christmas. "Why me? I'm Muggleborn. Everything Voldemort stands against. The Dark Lord's public position on blood purity is more nuanced than most realize." Nott chose his words carefully. "It rallies the old families, provides a simple narrative. But his true interest is power, who has it, who deserves it. And you, Granger, have more raw magical potential than most purebloods I know. So what, I'd be the token Muggleborn. Proof of his benevolence." Sarcasm dripped from her words. "You'd be an asset. Valued for your mind rather than pitted for your birth." Nott's gaze turned shrewd. Isn't that what you've always wanted? Recognition based on merit rather than background? The order claims to offer that, yet look how quickly they sacrificed your parents when resources got tight. The observation hit uncomfortably close to home. Wasn't that exactly what had infuriated her about Dumbledore's dismissal? The casual ranking of her Muggle parents as expendable while the Weasleys received full protection. "I won't take the mark," she said firmly. "Not ever." "There are many ways to serve without bearing the mark," Not replied. "Many levels of association. Think of it as a spectrum of allegiance rather than a binary choice." The train began slowing as they approached Hogsmeade Station. Not stood, straightening his robes. "Consider what matters most to you, Granger. Your parents' lives. Potter's approval. Or the Ministry's definition of acceptable magic." He moved to the door. "I'll be in our usual spot tomorrow night if you want to continue this conversation." After he left, Hermione remained seated as students began filling the corridors. The spectrum of allegiance not described tempted her more than she wanted to admit, a middle path where she could ensure her parents' safety without fully surrendering to Voldemort's ideology. But as she finally gathered her things, a small voice whispered that such compromise was merely the first step on a road with only one destination. The question wasn't whether she could walk it halfway, but whether, having started, she could ever find her way back. January brought bitter cold and mounting tension. Hermione's return to classes should have been a relief, a chance to lose herself in familiar academic routine. Instead, each lesson highlighted how inadequate Hogwarts education had become in the face of real-world threats. Defense against the dark arts under Snape focused on countering specific dark curses, useful, certainly, but nowhere near the comprehensive understanding of magical theory she'd begun exploring with Nott. Transfiguration taught precise transformations rather than the fluid, intent-based magic that offered true protection. Even charms, once her favorite subject, now seemed constrained by arbitrary limitations. "You're not focusing, Miss Granger," Professor Flitwick admonished as her atmospheric charm produced only a weak mist instead of the localized weather system it should have generated. "Most unlike you." "Sorry, Professor," she murmured, acutely aware of Harry and Ron watching from across the classroom. Her friendship with both boys had become strained to breaking point. Harry alternated between worried glances and frustrated attempts to understand her increasingly distant behavior. Ron had retreated to Lavender's side, his occasional guilty look suggesting he knew something had fundamentally changed but lacked either courage or interest to address it. Only in her nighttime sessions with Nott did Hermione feel fully engaged. They'd moved beyond theoretical discussions to practical applications, magic that responded to intention rather than rigid wand movements, spells that adapted to the caster's needs rather than predetermined outcomes. The problem with standard magical education, not explained one evening in their hidden classroom, is that it teaches magic as a tool rather than an extension of self. Wand movements and precise incantations are training wheels, useful for beginners but ultimately limiting. That contradicts everything we've been taught about magical precision, Hermione argued, though more from intellectual habit than conviction. "Of course it does." Nott smiled. "The Ministry has a vested interest in teaching controllable, traceable magic. Imagine if every witch and wizard realized their true potential wasn't bound by standardized spellwork but by their own will and understanding." He demonstrated, casting a shield charm without speaking or moving his wand, simply focusing his intention into a shimmering barrier that rippled with power. "Your turn," he challenged. Hermione closed her eyes, focusing on the concept of protection, not the word protego or the prescribed wand movement, but the pure intention of creating a barrier between herself and harm. When she opened her eyes, a shield pulsed before her, stronger and more complex than any she'd produced through conventional means. "Exceptional," Nott said softly. "Now you're beginning to understand." The breakthrough should have thrilled her. Instead, a troubling question surfaced: if such fundamental magical concepts were withheld from standard education, what else had been kept from them? And why? "Intent-based magic isn't inherently dark," she said, half to herself. "No magic is inherently dark," Nott replied. That classification comes from the ministry, not from magic itself. The killing curse requires hate, yes, but what about euthanasia to end suffering? Context matters. Intent matters. That sounds dangerously close to "the ends justify the means," Hermione observed. Sometimes they do. Nott's expression turned serious. Would you use the killing curse to save your parents from torture? To save Potter from a fate worse than death? These aren't academic questions anymore, Granger. They're the reality we're living in. The questions haunted her long after their session ended, following her through restless nights and distracted days. The black-and-white morality she'd once found so comforting now seemed hopelessly naive in the face of impossible choices. The first concrete sign that something had changed came in late January. Hermione sat alone at breakfast, scanning the Daily Prophet for any news related to Death Eater activity that might threaten her parents, when hundreds of owls swooped into the Great Hall with the morning mail. A large ministry owl landed before her, depositing an official-looking envelope before taking flight again. With growing dread, Hermione recognized the seal of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She opened it with trembling fingers. "Miss Granger, pursuant to ongoing investigations into unauthorized blood magic performed at Wendell and Monica Granger's residence, Case File 47329, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement requires your presence for formal charging on February 3 at 10 a.m. Failure to appear will result in immediate suspension from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry pending trial before the Wisengamot. Regretfully, Amelia Whitby, Department of Magical Law Enforcement." The letter slipped from her fingers. Formal charging. Not just questioning but actual criminal proceedings for the magic that had saved her parents' lives. Bad news? Harry asked, sliding onto the bench beside her. Their friendship had reached an uneasy truce, surface civility masking deeper fractures neither knew how to repair. "The ministry's pressing charges for the blood magic," she said numbly. "I have to appear next week." Harry's expression darkened. "That's ridiculous. You were protecting your family. The ministry doesn't care about that." She folded the letter carefully. "Blood magic is classified dark, end of story. Context doesn't matter." "We'll fight it," Harry said with characteristic determination. "I'll come with you. My testimony should count for something." His loyalty touched her, even as she recognized its futility. The boy who lived defending dark magic. That would just drag you into it, Harry. The ministry's looking for any excuse to control you. "Then we'll get Dumbledore." "No." The word came out sharper than intended. "I don't want his help." Harry stared at her, confusion evident. "Hermione, what's going on with you? First you shut us out, then you start disappearing every night, and now you're refusing Dumbledore's help when you're facing criminal charges? This isn't like you." The concern in his voice nearly broke her resolve. For a moment, she considered telling him everything, the advanced magic she was learning, the mounting evidence that the institutions they trusted were fundamentally corrupt, the impossible choice she faced between her parents' safety and her moral principles. But looking at Harry's open, earnest face, she knew he couldn't understand. His worldview remained firmly anchored in the battle between good and evil, light and dark. The murky waters she now navigated would seem like betrayal from his perspective. "I'm handling it my way," she said finally. "I have resources you don't know about." "What resources?" "Hermione, if you're in trouble, I'm not in trouble." She stood, gathering her books. "I'm simply seeing things more clearly than before." She left him sitting there, concern etched across his features. The weight of their diverging paths pressed against her chest, a constant ache she was learning to live with. Outside the great hall, a familiar voice called her name. She turned to find Draco Malfoy leaning against the wall, looking marginally better than he had over Christmas, still too thin, still shadowed, but less like death warmed over. "Ministry troubles?" he asked quietly, falling into step beside her. "How did you?" Official owl at breakfast isn't exactly subtle. He glanced around before continuing. "They're making an example of you. The Ministry's new hard line on unauthorized magic. Coming down especially hard on anything that could be classified as dark. While Death Eaters infiltrate their ranks, Hermione said bitterly. The hypocrisy is stunning. That's politics. Malfoy's voice held tired resignation. Potter offering heroic assistance. Of course. Along with Dumbledore's. And you turned them down. Not a question. Smart. They'd only complicate matters. They reached the entrance to the dungeons where their paths should have diverged, Hermione to potions, Malfoy to whatever task consumed him these days. Instead, he hesitated. Not told me about your progress, he said finally. Said you're taking to advanced theory like you were born to it. She stiffened. You two discussing me now? Discussing potential allies, he corrected. People who see beyond simplistic divisions. I haven't agreed to anything. Not officially. His gaze was penetrating. But you've already crossed lines the old Granger never would have approached. Blood magic. Intent-based casting. Rejecting Dumbledore's help. Each step makes the next easier. The observation hit too close to home, uncomfortably accurate in its assessment of her gradual transformation. I'm doing what's necessary to protect my family. We all start with necessity, Malfoy said, echoing his words from New Year's Eve. Just be careful about where necessity leads. Some paths don't allow for turning back. Before she could respond, he disappeared down the dungeon stairs, leaving her with the unsettling feeling that Draco Malfoy understood her current position better than her oldest friends ever could. February 3rd arrived with sleet hammering against the castle windows. Hermione dressed carefully in formal robes, a strange calm having settled over her in the days since receiving the Ministry summons. Percy Weasley had responded to her letter with detailed advice for the hearing, which questions to answer, which to deflect, and most importantly, a warning to admit nothing about where she'd learned blood magic. Some within the department are looking beyond your case specifically, he'd written. Your sources of information are of particular interest to certain factions. She'd spent the intervening days preparing, not just legally but magically. Her nightly sessions with Nott had advanced to magic that responded to emotional states rather than conscious direction, protection triggered by fear, concealment activated by the need to hide. Magic that worked when conventional spells might fail. It's about creating pathways, Nott had explained. Training your magic to respond automatically to specific stimuli. Like muscle memory, but deeper. The practical applications were obvious, protection that activated under duress, even if she were wandless or unable to cast consciously. The implications more troubling. Magic tied directly to emotional states walked a dangerous line between control and chaos. As she prepared to leave for McGonagall's office where the Floo connection to the Ministry awaited, a knock came at her dormitory door. Lavender and Parvati had tactfully made themselves scarce, leaving her alone to prepare. Come in, she called, expecting Harry with last-minute encouragement. Instead, Ron entered awkwardly, ears already reddening. Hey, he said, shifting from foot to foot. Just wanted to, wish you luck. The unexpected gesture caught her off guard. Thank you, she said stiffly. Harry told me about the charges. He moved further into the room, unusually serious. It's rubbish, all of it. You were protecting your family. The Ministry doesn't see it that way. The Ministry's full of gits. The blunt assessment startled a small laugh from her. Ron's expression softened. Look, I know things have been weird between us. The whole Lavender thing, and... It's fine, she cut in, not wanting to revisit those wounds. No, it's not. Surprising maturity colored his voice. I've been a prat. And with everything you're going through with your parents and now this. I should have been there for you. The simple acknowledgement unlocked something tight in her chest. For a moment, she glimpsed the Ron she'd fallen for, loyal, straightforward, capable of growth when it mattered. It made the distance between them now all the more painful. Water under the bridge, she said quietly. But thanks for coming today. He nodded, then reached into his pocket. Almost forgot. Mum sent this when she heard about the hearing. He handed her a small velvet pouch. Family good luck charm or something. Been in the Weasley family for generations. Inside the pouch, Hermione found a small, polished stone etched with ancient runes: protection, justice, clarity of purpose. The thoughtful gesture threatened to undo her careful composure. Tell her thank you, she managed. It means a lot. Ron smiled, a flash of their old connection momentarily bridging the gulf between them. You'll be brilliant. You always are. His confidence should have been reassuring. Instead, it highlighted how little he understood about her situation, or the person she was becoming. The Hermione he believed in, the one who always followed rules and trusted authority, was fading by the day. After he left, she slipped the Weasley charm into her pocket alongside another token, a small silver pendant Nott had given her, enchanted to subtly influence perception. Not quite an Imperius, he'd explained, just a gentle suggestion that you're being completely truthful. Works best on bureaucratic minds already inclined to routine. 2 talismans from 2 different worlds. The symbolism wasn't lost on her as she made her way to McGonagall's office. The professor waited by the fireplace, concern evident in her pinched expression. Miss Granger. Are you prepared? As much as possible. Hermione straightened her robes. Is Mr. Weasley meeting me there? Percy, I mean. McGonagall's eyebrows rose slightly. I wasn't aware you'd engaged legal counsel, but yes, the Floo connection is expecting you at the Ministry's public arrival point. Mr. Weasley should meet you there. The professor hesitated, then added more gently, Hermione, if there's anything troubling you, anything at all, my door is always open. Recent events notwithstanding, you've always been an exemplary student with sound judgment. The concern seemed genuine, but Hermione remembered all too clearly how quickly the order had dismissed her parents' safety. McGonagall might care personally, but she remained part of a system that assigned value based on magical status. Thank you, Professor, she said politely. I'll keep that in mind. The green flames of the Floo network engulfed her, whisking her away from Hogwarts to the gleaming atrium of the Ministry of Magic. Percy waited as promised, impeccably dressed and standing apart from the morning crowd of Ministry workers. Miss Granger, he greeted formally, conscious of watching eyes. This way, please. He led her through security checkpoints and into an elevator that descended deeper than she'd gone during her previous visit. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement spread across multiple levels, it seemed, with the lower floors reserved for more serious cases. They've elevated your case classification, Percy murmured as they walked along a dimly lit corridor. Originally a level 3 misuse of magic. Now it's level 1 dark arts violation. That's ridiculous, she hissed. Blood wards are protective magic. Classification is political, not practical. Percy's words echoed Nott's with unsettling similarity. They're making an example of you. Harry Potter's closest friend using dark magic, it sends a message. What message? That protecting your family is criminal. That no one is above their authority, Percy replied grimly. Not even those in Potter's inner circle. Especially not now, with Scrimgeour trying to demonstrate his tough stance against dark magic. They reached an imposing door marked, Hearing Room C. Percy paused, lowering his voice further. They'll try to trap you into admitting where you learned blood magic. That's their real target, the source, not you specifically. Under no circumstances reveal that information. I wasn't planning to, Hermione assured him, fingering Nott's pendant beneath her robes. Percy nodded, then straightened his already perfect posture. Remember, admit to casting the ward but insist it was from independent research. Express remorse for the method but not for protecting your family. Appeal to their sense of proportionality. The advice sounded rehearsed, as if Percy had done this before, coached others through ministry hearings with just enough contrition to satisfy without actually conceding wrongdoing. Hermione wondered how many others had stood where she now stood, navigating bureaucratic justice that had little to do with actual right and wrong. Inside, the hearing room resembled a smaller version of the Wisingamot chambers, tiered seating facing a single chair in the center of the floor. No chains on this chair, at least, though the symbolism of isolation was clear enough. A panel of 5 officials occupied the lowest tier, with Amelia Whitby at the center. Disciplinary hearing for the 3rd of February, Whitby announced as Hermione took her seat, Percy standing supportively behind her. Into offences committed by Hermione Jean Granger, resident of Crawley, England, and student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The formality of the proceedings struck Hermione as absurd, all this pomp for a protective ward that had saved her parents' lives. But as Whitby continued reading charges, unauthorized magic, use of Category B restricted blood arts, evasion of magical monitoring, she realized the seriousness of her position. These weren't minor infractions, they carried penalties including expulsion and potential restriction of her magic. "How do you plead, Miss Granger?" Whitby finally asked. Percy had coached her for this moment. "I acknowledge casting the blood ward," Hermione said clearly, "but contest the characterization of protective magic as a dark art. My actions were defensive, proportional, and necessary given the imminent threat to my family." Murmurs rippled through the small audience gathered to watch the proceedings, mostly ministry employees with a few reporters scribbling notes in the back row. Hermione caught sight of Rita Skeeter's acid green quill moving furiously across parchment and inwardly groaned. Tomorrow's headlines were already writing themselves. "The classification of blood magic is not subject to debate in these proceedings," said a square-jawed wizard to Whitby's right. "The question is merely whether you performed it knowingly and willfully." "I performed it to protect my parents from Death Eater attack," Hermione replied, a hard edge entering her voice. "An attack that occurred hours later, which the ward detected and delayed long enough for my parents to escape. Without that ward, they would be dead." "The ends do not justify prohibited means, Miss Granger," Whitby said severely. "The restriction on blood magic exists precisely to prevent subjective judgments about its appropriate use. Even when the ministry offers no alternative protection." Hermione challenged. "My family was threatened directly because of my association with Harry Potter. I reported those threats. I requested protection. I was told no resources were available." This clearly caught some panel members by surprise. "You requested official protection and were denied?" asked an elderly witch at the end of the row. "Both through Hogwarts administration and directly to the Auror office," Hermione confirmed. "I have copies of the correspondence." She nodded to Percy, who produced a folder of parchments. The final denial came 3 days before the attack. The panel conferred in whispers while reviewing the documents. Hermione used the moment to scan the audience more carefully. Most faces showed simple curiosity or bureaucratic boredom, but one caught her attention, a sharp-featured woman in the second row whose gaze held calculated assessment rather than judgment. "This correspondence does confirm your requests were received and denied," Whitby acknowledged reluctantly. "However, this does not authorize you to resort to prohibited magic. Proper channels exist." "Proper channels failed my family," Hermione interrupted, anger finally breaking through her careful composure. "The Death Eaters who attacked my home didn't wait for proper channels. They didn't file paperwork or follow ministry procedures. They came to kill, and the only thing that stopped them was magic you're now prosecuting me for using." The room fell silent. Even Rita Skeeter's quill paused momentarily. "Miss Granger," Whitby said after a moment, voice hardening. "Your attitude suggests a concerning lack of remorse for breaking magical law. Perhaps more troubling is the question of how you, a 6th-year student, acquired knowledge of complex blood magic not taught at Hogwarts or available in standard texts." Here it was, the trap Percy had warned about. The real purpose behind the elevated charges and formal hearing. "I'm a dedicated researcher," Hermione replied smoothly, feeling Not's pendant warm against her skin. The Hogwarts library contains numerous historical references that, when properly synthesized, provide theoretical frameworks for various magical applications. Are you suggesting Hogwarts library contains instructions for blood magic? The square-jawed wizard looked skeptical. Not direct instructions, no. But principles of magical theory that, when combined with advanced arithmancy and historical context, allow for extrapolation. The explanation sounded plausible even to her own ears, the pendant subtly enhancing its credibility. I've always had an aptitude for connecting disparate magical concepts. This extraordinary aptitude led you specifically to blood wards. Whitby pressed. Rather convenient timing. Necessity drove my research, Hermione countered. When conventional protection failed, I looked deeper. The questioning continued for nearly an hour, circling repeatedly back to the source of her knowledge. Each time, Hermione deflected with variations of self-directed research, the pendant warming as it reinforced her credibility. Percy occasionally provided technical objections when questions ventured into legally dubious territory, his ministry experience evident in his precise interventions. Finally, Whitby called for a brief recess while the panel deliberated. Percy led Hermione to a small antechamber, closing the door before speaking. "They're fixated on your knowledge source," he said quietly. "This isn't standard procedure for a first-time offense by an underage witch. Someone higher up is driving this." "Higher than the head of magical law enforcement?" Hermione asked. Percy's expression turned grim. "The ministry isn't as unified as it appears. Factions have formed, those loyal to Scrimgeour's official policies, those secretly sympathetic to you-know-who, and those with their own agendas entirely. And which faction is after me? That's the question, isn't it?" He glanced toward the door. "Your performance has been exceptional, by the way. Clear, composed, unapologetic without being defiant." The panels divided. His approval should have been reassuring. Instead, Hermione felt a strange disconnect. Here she was, lying convincingly to ministry officials with the aid of subtle magical influence, while being praised for her performance. How far she'd come from the rule-abiding perfectionist who once cried over a B+ equivalent. The hearing resumed with a perceptible shift in atmosphere. Whitby seemed frustrated, while other panel members appeared more sympathetic after reviewing her correspondence about protection requests. "The panel has reached a decision," Whitby announced. Hermione Jean Granger, while the use of blood magic remains a serious violation of magical law, mitigating circumstances have been considered. Your previously unblemished record, academic standing, and the documented threat to your family factor into our judgment. She paused, clearly unhappy with what followed. "You are hereby placed on magical probation for a period of 6 months. During this time, your wand will carry additional ministry tracking charms to monitor for further restricted magic use. Any violation will result in immediate expulsion from Hogwarts and possible restriction of magical privileges." Relief washed through Hermione. Probation was the lightest possible sentence under the circumstances. Percy's hand squeezed her shoulder in silent congratulation. "However," Whitby continued, "the matter of your unusual magical knowledge remains concerning. The department will be conducting a thorough review of Hogwarts library materials to ensure no inappropriate content is accessible to students." The threat was clear. They hadn't believed her explanation entirely, but couldn't disprove it without searching the entire Hogwarts library. A clever delay tactic on their part. "Additionally, you will submit weekly reports on all independent magical research to your head of house for the remainder of the academic year. Monitoring her studies now too." The intrusion chafed, but Hermione nodded acceptance. The tracking charms and supervision were inconvenient but navigable. She'd already learned wandless casting from Not for precisely such contingencies. As the hearing concluded, Percy led her quickly through back corridors toward the Flug connection, avoiding the reporters undoubtedly gathering in the main atrium. "That went as well as could be expected," he said once they reached a quiet alcove. "The probation is standard procedure, they had to impose something. The tracking charms are unfortunate but limited in scope. Will they really inspect the Hogwarts library? They'll try, but Dumbledore will resist on principles of academic independence. It'll stall in bureaucratic limbo. Percy adjusted his glasses. The weekly reports are the real inconvenience, designed to restrict your research without appearing to do so directly. Hermione nodded, already planning how to work around these new limitations. Thank you for your help. I couldn't have managed alone. Percy's expression turned oddly vulnerable for a moment. My family doesn't understand my position at the ministry. They think I've abandoned them for ambition. He straightened his already impeccable robes. But there are ways to fight from within the system that they don't see. The confession surprised her. You're, what? A spy? An observer, he corrected carefully. Positioned to help where possible. Like today. Before she could probe further, he handed her a small card different from his previous one. If the tracking charms become problematic, this contact can help. Discretion is essential. Hermione pocketed the card, increasingly certain that Percy Weasley was playing a much deeper game than anyone in his family realized. I appreciate it. Be careful at Hogwarts, he warned as they approached the Floo connection. Today's hearing was as much about sending a message as it was about punishment. They're watching Potter's inner circle, looking for vulnerabilities. I'm hardly inner circle these days, Hermione said, more bitterness seeping into her voice than intended. Percy's gaze sharpened. Distance from Potter might be prudent anyway. Associations are being noted, categorized. When the ministry finally falls, and it will, those associations will determine fates. With that ominous prediction, he ushered her to the Floo connection, maintaining his official demeanor as she disappeared into green flames. Probation and tracking charms. Knott's eyebrows rose as Hermione explained the hearing's outcome later that night in their hidden classroom. Better than I expected, honestly. The pendant helped, she acknowledged, returning the silver charm to him. They kept circling back to how I learned blood magic. Of course they did. Knott tucked the pendant away. Knowledge is power, and they want to control who has access to which magic. That's always been the ministry's primary function, regulating magical knowledge along approved lines. He gestured for her to take her usual seat. The tracking charms complicate things, but don't derail our work. We'll simply adjust. How? They'll detect any restricted magic I perform. They'll detect restricted magic performed with your wand, not corrected. Wandless magic leaves different signatures. And magic performed through alternative foci isn't tracked at all. He withdrew a slim wooden box from his robes, opening it to reveal what appeared to be an ordinary silver bracelet set with small blue stones. This belonged to my grandmother. Embedded foci, each stone can channel specific magical signatures without triggering standard detection. Hermione stared at the deceptively simple bracelet. That's highly illegal, I'm guessing. Only because the ministry can't track it. Knott offered the box. Many old families keep alternative channeling tools precisely because ministry registration of wands began. Insurance against overreach. The bracelet felt cool against her skin as she lifted it, magic humming gently through the stones. This is too valuable to lend out. It's not a loan. Knott's expression was unreadable. Consider it acknowledgement of your commitment to true magical understanding, unrestricted by arbitrary classifications. The gift represented yet another step deeper into this shadow world of unregulated magic, a world where old families preserved knowledge and tools specifically to circumvent ministry control. A world that was beginning to make more and more sense to her. Thank you, she said quietly, slipping the bracelet onto her wrist where it adjusted automatically to fit perfectly. But we still have the problem of weekly reports to McGonagall. A minor inconvenience. Submit sanitized versions of what we're actually studying, transfiguration theory instead of physical transformation, protective charms instead of reactive warding. He smiled slightly. You're exceptional at presenting information in technically accurate but misleading ways. Today's hearing proved that. The compliment unsettled her, highlighting another transformation she hadn't fully acknowledged, her growing comfort with deception. The Hermione who had once been incapable of lying to professors was fading, replaced by someone who calculated exactly how much truth to reveal and to whom. "What does the Ministry's interest in my magical knowledge mean?" she asked, changing the subject. Percy Weasley seemed to think it went beyond standard procedure. "It does." Not leaned forward. "The Dark Lord supporters within the Ministry are identifying threats and assets, cataloging magical talent that might oppose or potentially serve him. Your abilities have drawn attention. So they are recruiting me," Hermione said flatly. "Evaluating you, not corrected. Today's hearing wasn't just punishment, it was assessment. How you handled pressure, how you defended your actions, what principles you prioritized. And how did I do?" The question came out more sardonic than intended. "Impressively, by all accounts." There was no humor in Nott's smile. "You defended the use of classified dark magic on principle rather than pleading ignorance. You prioritized family protection over ministry regulation. You demonstrated both magical aptitude and political awareness." Put that way, Hermione realized with a chill, she had essentially performed perfectly for Death Eater evaluators without even knowing it. Her principled defense of blood magic aligned precisely with their worldview, that power and protection superseded arbitrary restrictions. "I'm not joining Voldemort," she said firmly, needing to reassert this boundary even as others crumbled around her. "I've never asked you to," Nott pointed out. "I've only offered knowledge the Ministry would deny you and protection your former allies refused your family." The careful phrasing highlighted the reality of her position. She was already accepting help from Death Eater adjacent sources, already using magic the Ministry classified as dark, already lying to professors and friends alike. The line between not joining Voldemort and actively opposing him had blurred to near invisibility. "Let's continue with alternative foci training," she said, deliberately changing the subject. "If I'm going to work around Ministry tracking, I need to master this quickly." Nott accepted the deflection with a knowing look. "As you wish. Let's start with transferring your magical signature to the bracelet rather than your wand." February melted into March, bringing violent storms that matched Hermione's increasingly turbulent internal state. The tracking charms on her wand proved more sensitive than expected, activating at even minor deviations from Ministry-approved magic. Twice she was called to McGonagall's office to explain spell variations detected during practice, innocent enough modifications to standard charms that nonetheless triggered alerts. "Miss Granger, I understand your intellectual curiosity," McGonagall said during their second such meeting, "but given your probationary status, perhaps strict adherence to standard spellwork would be prudent. Even when the standard version is less effective?" Hermione challenged, frustration building. "The shield charm variation I used is demonstrably stronger against physical projectiles." "That may be so, but regulations exist for reasons beyond immediate efficacy." McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "I'm concerned about you, Hermione. Your focus has shifted dramatically this term. Your essays, while technically perfect, have taken on tones that would have been unthinkable from you a year ago." "Perhaps I've developed a more nuanced perspective on magical theory," Hermione replied carefully. "Perhaps." McGonagall studied her over her spectacles. "Or perhaps you're allowing your understandable anger over your parents' situation to push you toward questioning fundamentals you once trusted." The observation was uncomfortably perceptive. "Shouldn't we question fundamentals, Professor? Isn't that how progress happens?" "Questioning is essential to learning," McGonagall agreed. "But context matters. Questioning during peacetime is academic, questioning during war can become weaponized." The warning was clear, if gentle. McGonagall suspected her changing perspectives but was offering guidance rather than condemnation. The concern touched something in Hermione that had grown increasingly numb, a reminder that not everyone in her former life had dismissed or abandoned her. "I'm being careful," she assured her professor, the words feeling hollow even as she spoke them. McGonagall nodded, though doubt lingered in her eyes. "See that you are." Bright minds are particularly susceptible to persuasive ideologies during times of personal crisis. The conversation left Hermione unsettled, prompting rare introspection about the path she'd been traveling. Her weekly research reports to McGonagall had become exercises in careful omission, technically accurate descriptions of projects that concealed their true nature and applications. Her interactions with Harry and Ron had dwindled to occasional meals and classroom exchanges, their once unshakable friendship reduced to polite distance. Meanwhile, her nighttime sessions with Nott had expanded to include others: Blaise Zabini's brilliance with magical artifice, Daphne Greengrass's gift for subtle enchantment, and occasionally Draco Malfoy, whose gaunt presence and surprising insight into magical manipulation added depth to their explorations. None spoke openly of Death Eater allegiance, yet all operated within its shadow, children of marked followers navigating their own complex relationships with the Dark Lord's rise. Through them, Hermione glimpsed a reality far more nuanced than the black-and-white morality she'd once accepted without question. The problem with Dumbledore's approach, Blaise explained during one session focused on magical concealment, is that it treats dark magic as inherently corrupting rather than simply powerful. It creates artificial limitations based on moral judgments rather than magical reality. Power responds to intention, Daphne added, demonstrating a complex enchantment that shifted perceptions rather than reality itself. The most dangerous magic isn't classified dark at all, mind manipulation through seemingly innocent charms. The Ministry approves memory charms that fundamentally alter personality but prohibits protective blood wards because one requires sacrifice and the other doesn't. The classifications are political, not concluded, a refrain that had become familiar in their discussions. Designed to control access to power rather than protect against harm. These conversations should have felt subversive, dangerous. Instead, they increasingly made sense, logical extensions of Hermione's own observations about the hypocrisies and failures of the institutions she'd once trusted implicitly. But it was Draco Malfoy, surprisingly, who occasionally introduced notes of caution amid their theoretical explorations. Theory versus practice, he said quietly during a rare moment alone with Hermione after one session. Understanding dark magic academically is different from witnessing its application by true believers. Speaking from experience, she asked, studying his haunted expression. Unfortunately. His gaze dropped to his left arm where the dark mark remained hidden beneath his sleeve. There are things I can't unsee, Granger. Things that follow you into dreams. Then why are you here? In these sessions? Knowledge is survival, he said simply. And despite appearances, I don't actually want to see you destroyed by choices made in desperation. I recognize the path you're on better than most. The warning, like McGonagall's, stirred unease that Hermione had become adept at suppressing, the fading voice of her former self questioning whether understanding dark magic would inevitably lead to practicing it beyond the controlled environment of their hidden classroom. But such moments of doubt were increasingly overshadowed by concrete results. The bracelet Nott had given her allowed magical practice undetectable by Ministry tracking. Her wandless capabilities had developed to the point where basic spellwork required no focus at all. And most importantly, regular magical correspondence confirmed her parents remained safe in Australia, protected by distance and obscurity while she developed means to secure their position permanently. Until the morning everything changed. The owl arrived during breakfast on a stormy Wednesday in late March, not a Ministry bird but a commercial postal owl bearing an international seal. Hermione recognized the Australian magical postal markings with a surge of hope. Perhaps her parents had found a way to contact her through magical channels despite being muggles. The hope shattered as she unfolded the official parchment. Miss Hermione Granger, it is with deepest regret that the Australian Ministry of Magic must inform you of a magical incident involving Wendell and Monica Granger, identified through trace magical signatures as your parents. On March 24 at approximately 2:17 a.m. local time, our magical detection department recorded a significant magical disturbance at their residence in suburban Sydney. Aurors dispatched to the scene found evidence of forced entry and magical combat of extreme nature. We regret to inform you that Monica Granger was found deceased at the scene, bearing injuries consistent with the Cruciatus curse followed by the killing curse. Wendell Granger was not located on the premises, though blood evidence suggests severe injury prior to removal. Magical signature analysis indicates the attackers utilized portkey transportation not authorized by Australian authorities. We are currently working to trace the destination coordinates. The Australian Ministry extends our sincere condolences and assures you all resources are being directed toward locating your father and identifying those responsible. With deepest sympathy, Magical Incident Response Unit Australian Ministry of Magic. The parchment slipped from numb fingers. Around her, the Great Hall continued its morning routine, students laughing, eating, preparing for classes, while her world collapsed into a single devastating reality. Her mother was dead. Tortured first, then killed. Her father taken, likely suffering the same fate or worse. Hermione? Harry's voice came from very far away. What's wrong? You've gone white. She couldn't speak, couldn't form words through the roaring in her ears. Someone was making a high, keening sound, herself, she realized distantly. Hands gripped her shoulders, Harry's, trying to steady her as she swayed. Get Madame Pomfrey. Harry shouted to someone. Something's wrong. Wrong. Such an inadequate word for the apocalypse that had just detonated her life. Wrong was failing an exam or missing a library book. This was annihilation. Somehow she was moving, Harry supporting her weight as they left the Great Hall, concerned faces blurring past. McGonagall appeared, taking charge with characteristic efficiency, guiding them toward the hospital wing. Words washed over her, shock, calming draft, rest, none penetrating the howling void that had opened inside her chest. They'd found her parents. Despite Australia, despite hiding, despite everything she'd done to protect them. They'd found them, tortured her mother to death, and taken her father. Because of her. Because of who she was. Because she hadn't been strong enough, hadn't taken stronger measures, hadn't accepted the protection offered through darker channels. Miss Granger needs rest, Madame Pomfrey was saying, pressing a goblet into her hands. Drink this, dear. It will help. Hermione drank automatically, feeling the calming draft cool the scream building in her throat. Not healing, nothing could heal this, but numbing, allowing function through devastation. What happened? Harry asked once she was settled in a hospital bed, his green eyes wide with concern. Was it your parents? She nodded, unable to speak the reality aloud. Wordlessly, she handed him the Australian Ministry letter, watching his expression shift from confusion to horror as he read. Oh my God, he whispered. Hermione, I'm so sorry. McGonagall read over his shoulder, her face paling. This is unconscionable. I must inform the headmaster immediately. She squeezed Hermione's hand briefly. We will do everything possible to locate your father, Miss Granger. The Order has international connections, like they protected them before. The words escaped through numb lips, cold and precise despite the potion's influence. When they were deemed low priority. McGonagall flinched as if slapped. Circumstances were different then. This direct attack changes everything, Hermione finished. Yes, it does. The professor studied her face, concern deepening at whatever she saw there. I understand your anger, but please, allow us to help now. Grief can lead to rash decisions that cannot be undone. The warning barely registered. Beyond grief, beyond rage, something crystalline and terrible was forming in Hermione's mind, a clarity of purpose stripped of all previous moral constraints. I need to rest, she said quietly. Please. McGonagall nodded, steering a reluctant Harry toward the door. We'll return later. The headmaster will want to speak with you once you're feeling stronger. After they left, Hermione lay motionless, staring at the ceiling while the calming draft battled the storm raging inside her. Her mother's face appeared in memory, laughing over breakfast, frowning in concentration over a difficult dental case, smiling proudly at her daughter's achievements. Gone. Tortured to death by people who saw her as nothing more than leverage against her mudblood daughter. The door to the hospital wing opened quietly. Not Madame Pomfrey's brisk steps, but a softer, more measured tread. Hermione didn't need to look to know who had come. "You heard," she said, voice flat. "News travels quickly in certain circles." Theodore not moved to her bedside, his expression grave. "I'm sorry, Hermione." The use of her first name, never before crossing his lips, registered dimly through the haze of grief and potion. "They found them." The words held all the accusation she couldn't directly voice. "Despite everything. Despite Australia and blood wards and every precaution. The Dark Lord has resources beyond geographical distance," Nott said quietly. "When he truly wants something found, little remains hidden for long. And he wanted my parents found. Not a question. To punish me for being Harry's friend. For being a mudblood who dared excel." Nott didn't contradict her slur against herself, but his expression tightened. "To apply pressure, yes. But also to demonstrate a point that I've been trying to make, that half measures and conventional protections are insufficient against his power. My mother died to prove your point." Rage flickered through the potion's numbing effect. "Your mother died because you rejected direct protection when it was offered," Nott corrected, voice gentle but unyielding. "I'm not here to assign blame, Hermione. I'm here because your father may still live, and time is critical." The reminder cut through everything else. Her father, captured, tortured, but possibly alive. "What do you know?" "They've brought him to Britain. To a holding facility where high-value leverage targets are kept." Nott's gaze held hers steadily. "He's alive, for now. The Dark Lord preserves what remains useful." "Useful how?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. "As incentive for you to reconsider previous positions." Nott sat carefully on the edge of her bed. "The offer remains open, protection guaranteed through magical binding oath. But the terms have changed." "Of course they have." Bitterness laced her words. "Now it's not just information and research, is it? What does he want? Direct service? The mark?" "Not the mark," Nott said, surprising her. "Your value lies in your mind, your magical innovation. The Dark Lord appreciates talent regardless of birth when that talent is exceptional. What he wants is your commitment to developing magical applications useful to his cause, and your public disavowal of Potter." The terms hung in the air between them, at once simpler and more complex than she'd expected. Not the mark, not full Death Eater status, but alignment with Voldemort's cause. Research in service to his goals. Public abandonment of Harry. And my father? Released unharmed, with full magical protection going forward. Binding, unbreakable vow to ensure compliance from all parties. Hermione closed her eyes, the choice before her crystallizing with terrible clarity. Align with Voldemort, betray Harry and everything she'd once believed in, and save her father's life. Or maintain moral principles while her father suffered and died, as her mother already had. No choice at all, really. "I need proof he's alive," she said finally, opening her eyes. "And direct communication about terms. Not through intermediaries." Something like respect flickered in Nott's expression. "Of course. Negotiating from strength despite circumstances, he'll appreciate that." He withdrew a small mirror from his robes, similar to the communication devices he'd shown her months ago. "This will activate at midnight. You'll receive verification in direct terms then." He placed the mirror on her bedside table and stood. "For what it's worth, I truly am sorry about your mother. This was never the approach I advocated." "But you're not surprised by it," Hermione observed, studying his carefully controlled expression. "No," he admitted. "The Dark Lord's methods are consistent. Which is why I urged stronger protections from the beginning." He moved toward the door, then hesitated. "Whatever you decide tonight, remember that survival precedes all other concerns. You cannot fight, protect, or avenge from the grave. After he left, Hermione lay motionless, the calming draft finally giving way to the full force of grief and rage. Her mother was gone, tortured and murdered because of who her daughter was. Her father captive, his life hanging on choices she'd once considered unthinkable. And now, those unthinkable choices had become her only options. When Madame Pomfrey checked on her an hour later, she found Hermione apparently sleeping and left a second calming draft for when she woke. McGonagall returned briefly, leaving a note that Dumbledore would visit the following morning once she'd had time to rest. But Hermione wasn't sleeping. Behind closed eyelids, her mind worked with cold precision, examining angles, options, and consequences. By the time evening shadows lengthened across the hospital wing, she had reached conclusions that would have horrified her former self. Her mother was dead because she tried to maintain moral purity while compromising on protection. She wouldn't make the same mistake with her father. The sun set. Madame Pomfrey made her final rounds before retiring to her office, leaving Hermione alone in the darkened hospital wing. At 5 minutes to midnight, she sat up silently, drawing the mirror Nott had left onto her lap. As the castle clock began striking 12, the mirror's surface rippled like disturbed water. When it cleared, Hermione found herself looking not at Nott but at Lucius Malfoy, gaunt and strained from Azkaban but unmistakable with his white blonde hair and aristocratic features. "Miss Granger," he greeted, voice smooth despite his haggard appearance. "I trust you understand the gravity of our conversation." "Where is my father?" she demanded, keeping her voice low. Malfoy's expression revealed nothing as he shifted the mirror, bringing into view a man strapped to a chair, graying hair matted with blood, face bruised beyond recognition, but unmistakably her father. "Identification spell," Malfoy instructed someone off-mirror. A wand appeared in frame, casting a spell that surrounded her father with a golden glow confirming his identity. He stirred slightly at the magic's touch, proof he lived despite his injuries. "Satisfied?" Malfoy asked as the mirror returned to his face. "He needs medical attention," Hermione said, fighting to keep her voice steady. "Indeed. Which he will receive immediately upon successful conclusion of our arrangement." Malfoy's gaze was calculating. "Theodore has outlined the general terms, I believe. Research and magical development in service to Voldemort. Public disavowal of Harry Potter. My father's life and safety in exchange." She met his eyes through the mirror. "I want specifics, and I want magical guarantees." If her businesslike approach surprised him, Malfoy didn't show it. "The Dark Lord requires your expertise in adaptive spell creation, specifically, modifications to existing magic that bypass standard counters and detection. Your work with Theodore has demonstrated particular aptitude in this area. And my father will be healed, relocated to a secure location of your choosing outside Britain, and placed under Fidelius' charm with a secret keeper of mutual agreement. The Dark Lord himself will undertake an unbreakable vow that neither he nor his followers will harm your father provided you maintain your end of the arrangement." The terms were better than she'd expected, specific protections rather than vague assurances. "And the disavowal of Harry? What precisely does that entail?" "A public statement only, distributed via the Prophet. No requirement to actively work against Potter, merely to withdraw support and association." Malfoy's expression turned almost approving at her methodical questioning. "The Dark Lord values your intellect, Miss Granger, not your capacity as a combatant against former friends." "I want to add terms," Hermione said, decision crystallizing. "First, I will not take the mark. Ever. Second, I will not participate in or develop magic for torture or targeting of Muggles specifically. Third, I require unrestricted access to magical knowledge previously denied me, including family libraries and restricted texts." Malfoy considered this, head tilting slightly. "The first is acceptable, the mark is an honor reserved for the inner circle regardless. The second requires modification, you will not be asked to develop anti-Muggle specific magic, but the Dark Lord will not accept blanket restrictions on how your developments might be applied. The third is granted with the understanding that knowledge shared remains protected by appropriate secrecy oaths." It was negotiation in its purest form, lives and principles weighed against practical concessions. The Hermione of 6 months ago would have been horrified. The Hermione who had just lost her mother felt nothing but cold determination. When? She asked simply. The vow and exchange will occur tomorrow night. You will receive a portkey. Malfoy studied her through the mirror. I confess some surprise, Miss Granger. I had expected more, moral objection. My mother's death eliminated moral luxury, she replied flatly. Will my father receive treatment before tomorrow? Basic stabilization only. Full healing occurs after the vow. Malfoy's expression remained unreadable. Until tomorrow, Miss Granger. The mirror went dark. Hermione sat motionless in the hospital bed, the weight of what she'd just agreed to settling around her shoulders like a cloak. Not the mark, not full Death Eater service, but alignment with Voldemort nonetheless. Research that would undoubtedly contribute to suffering. Public abandonment of Harry. And yet, what choice remained? Her mother was already gone. Her father would follow if she clung to principles that the other side had long ago abandoned. The Order had failed to protect her family. The Ministry had prosecuted her for trying to protect them herself. Every institution she'd once trusted had proven hollow when tested. At least this way, her father might live. She was still sitting upright, staring at the now blank mirror when the hospital wing door opened silently. Instinct had her sliding the mirror under her blankets before recognizing the visitor. Don't bother hiding it, Draco Malfoy said quietly, approaching her bed. I know about the communication. Your father just finished explaining terms, Hermione replied, too drained for pretense. Malfoy nodded, taking the chair beside her bed. Up close, he looked terrible, thinner than ever, shadows beneath his eyes so pronounced they looked like bruises. I heard about your mother. I'm sorry. The simple condolence, free of qualifications or agenda, unexpectedly threatened her composure more than anything since reading the Australian Ministry's letter. Thank you, she managed. You're accepting his offer. Not a question. My father's life for my cooperation. What would you do? A humorless laugh escaped him. I am doing it, Granger. Every day. He pushed back his sleeve, revealing the dark mark stark against his pale skin. My mother's life for my service. My father's redemption for my success. The parallel struck her forcibly, both of them backed into corners where moral choices became impossible luxuries, where family safety outweighed personal principles. Does it get easier? She asked, the question escaping before she could reconsider. No, Malfoy answered simply. You just get better at compartmentalizing. At telling yourself it's temporary, necessary, not who you really are. Until it is who you are. He didn't contradict her, which was answer enough. I didn't come to discourage you, he said after a moment. Your father's life is non-negotiable. I understand that better than most. Then why are you here? Malfoy seemed to debate with himself before responding. To warn you about what comes after. After the vow, after your father's safe, after you've crossed lines you never thought you would. He leaned forward. There will be a moment, maybe tomorrow, maybe next week, maybe months from now, when you realize you've become someone your mother wouldn't recognize. Be prepared for it. The warning, delivered without melodrama or moral superiority, hit harder than any lecture could have. How do you bear it? One day at a time, he said quietly. Finding small ways to maintain something of yourself amid what you're forced to become. Setting boundaries where possible. Remembering why you made the choice, especially when consequences seem abstract. It was perhaps the most honest conversation they'd ever had, no posturing, no house rivalries, just two people navigating impossible choices under the shadow of Voldemort's power. I should go, Malfoy said, standing. Patrol schedules are heavier tonight. Dumbledore's increased security since word of your parents reached the castle. Too late, as usual, Hermione said bitterly. Yes. No argument, no defense of the headmaster, just acknowledgement of the fundamental truth. For what it's worth, Granger, I think you'll survive this better than most. You've always been adaptable. Pragmatic when necessary. The assessment would once have offended her. Hermione Granger, the rule-following, principle-upholding perfectionist, described as pragmatic to the point of moral flexibility. Now it felt like the closest thing to a compliment she'd received in months. Midnight tomorrow, she confirmed. The portkey arrives then. Malfoy nodded. Don't be late. The Dark Lord values punctuality almost as much as he values talent. He hesitated at the door. After tomorrow, things change irrevocably. Be certain this is what you want. What I want doesn't matter anymore, Hermione replied, the truth settling heavily around her. This is what's necessary. After he left, she lay back in the hospital bed, mind racing despite exhaustion. Tomorrow night, she would take an unbreakable vow aligning herself with Voldemort's cause. She would save her father's life at the cost of her principles. She would betray Harry's trust to protect what family remained to her. The realization should have devastated her. Instead, she felt a strange, terrible calm, the calm of decision made, of paths committed to, of moral ambiguity embraced as the only realistic option in an imperfect world. Her mother was gone. Nothing could bring her back. But her father might yet be saved, and that singular focus crystallized everything else into irrelevance. As dawn light began filtering through the hospital wing windows, Hermione finally drifted into fitful sleep, dreams filled with her mother's face and her father's tortured form. When she woke hours later, tear tracks had dried on her cheeks, but her resolve remained unshaken. Some lines, once crossed, could never be uncrossed. But for her father, she would cross them all. Madame Pomfrey discharged her from the hospital wing by mid-morning, prescribing rest and another calming draught that Hermione accepted but had no intention of taking. Clarity, not artificial calm, was what she needed for what lay ahead. McGonagall intercepted her in the corridor, face drawn with concern. Miss Granger, the headmaster wishes to see you immediately. He's received communication from the Australian Ministry with developments regarding your father. Hope flared briefly before reality reasserted itself. Whatever information Dumbledore had received would be hours old and incomplete. She already knew her father's true location and condition. Of course, Professor, she said, following McGonagall toward the familiar stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. The headmaster waited behind his desk, looking graver than Hermione had ever seen him. For once, the customary twinkle was absent from his blue eyes as he gestured for her to sit. Miss Granger, I cannot begin to express my sorrow for your loss, he said quietly. Your mother's death is a tragedy that no one, least of all someone your age, should have to bear. Thank you, Headmaster, she replied automatically, the polite formality a shield against the raw wound of grief. Professor McGonagall mentioned news about my father. Dumbledore exchanged glances with McGonagall before responding. The Australian Ministry believes your father has been transported to Britain via unauthorized portkey. Magical signature analysis suggests Death Eater involvement of the highest level. Information she already knew, but couldn't reveal having. Then he might still be alive. It is possible, yes. Dumbledore leaned forward. Miss Granger, I must ask if you have received any communication regarding your father, demands, threats, or offers of negotiation. The direct question momentarily caught her off guard. Did Dumbledore suspect something specific, or was this standard procedure? No, sir, she lied smoothly, the deception coming easier than it should have. Nothing. Dumbledore studied her face for a moment longer than comfortable before nodding. If you do receive such communication, it is vital that you bring it to me immediately. Lord Voldemort has used loved ones as bait before, creating situations designed to force hasty decisions without full information. The warning was undoubtedly well-intentioned, but it rang hollow given the Order's previous failure to prioritize her parents' protection. Of course, Professor. If I hear anything, you'll be the first to know. Another lie, delivered without hesitation. 6 months ago, she would have found such deception unthinkable, especially to Dumbledore. Now it felt necessary, even rational. The headmaster had his war to manage, she had her father to save. Their priorities no longer aligned. The Order is activating all possible resources to locate your father, Dumbledore continued. International contacts, intelligence networks, even certain arrangements with those who operate in shadows. I give you my word, Miss Granger, we will do everything in our power. Too little, too late. The thought came unbidden but undeniable. Where was this commitment when her parents were first threatened? When they were low priority compared to wizarding families? Thank you, Professor, she said, keeping her expression appropriately grateful. That means a great deal. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened slightly, as if detecting the insincerity beneath her words. There is something else we must discuss, I'm afraid. Given these tragic circumstances, I believe it would be best for you to remain within Hogwarts grounds for the immediate future. For your own safety. Restriction of movement, precisely when she needed freedom to leave that night. Sir. I don't understand. If Voldemort has taken your father, Miss Granger, it is likely you yourself are also a target. Hogwarts remains the safest place for you, with additional protective measures now in place. Dumbledore's tone was gentle but firm. Professor McGonagall has arranged for your meals to be taken in your dormitory if you prefer privacy, and all professors have been instructed to excuse your attendance for the coming week. House arrest, essentially, though framed as protection. Hermione fought to keep her expression neutral despite rising panic. She needed to leave the castle tonight for the Portkey meeting. I appreciate the concern, Professor, but I think returning to normal routine would be better for me, she said carefully. Staying occupied, focused on classes, it would help keep my mind from dwelling. Admirable resilience, Miss Granger, but I must insist. Dumbledore's expression held compassion but unmistakable resolve. At least until we have better understanding of the situation. A few days of caution may make all the difference. The timing was too perfect to be coincidental. Had Dumbledore somehow detected communication with the Death Eaters? Did he suspect her impending choice? Or was this genuine protective concern that happened to interfere with her plans? Of course, Professor, she conceded, mind racing to identify alternatives. If you think it's best. I do. Dumbledore softened slightly. I understand this feels restrictive, especially atop your recent losses. But please believe that it comes from concern for your welfare, not lack of trust. The irony of his reassurance was almost painful. Trust had eroded on both sides long before this conversation, since the Order's failure to protect her parents, since her first explorations of magic beyond Ministry approval, since she began questioning the black-and-white morality that had once seemed so clear. As McGonagall escorted her back to Gryffindor Tower, Hermione's mind worked frantically on solutions. The Portkey would arrive at midnight. She needed to be outside the castle to receive it. Dumbledore's restrictions now prevented normal exit. The headmaster has arranged for a grief counselor from St. Mungo's to visit tomorrow, McGonagall said as they walked. In the meantime, if there's anything you need, anything at all, please don't hesitate to ask. An idea sparked. Actually, Professor, there is one thing. My mother's favorite book. I left it in the library yesterday before I received the news. It would mean a great deal to have it with me now. Of course, McGonagall said immediately. Which book? I'll have a house elf retrieve it. No need to trouble them, Hermione said quickly. It's in a specific section, somewhat hidden where I was studying. If I could just fetch it myself, it would give me a moment to compose myself as well. McGonagall hesitated, clearly torn between Dumbledore's security concerns and compassion for Hermione's grief. I could accompany you, she offered. I'd rather go alone, if that's all right, Hermione pressed gently. Just a few minutes of privacy before facing everyone in the tower. Compassion won out. Very well. But directly there and back, Miss Granger. The castle corridors are being specially monitored given the circumstances. Of course, Professor. Thank you. The small victory gave Hermione precious minutes alone to think. The library wasn't her real destination. Instead, she slipped into an abandoned classroom where she'd stored emergency supplies earlier in the term, a precaution that now proved prescient. From beneath a loose floorboard, she retrieved a small pouch containing essential items, extension charm to hold more than its apparent size, another skill learned from Not. Inside, a change of clothes, emergency potion supplies, a small amount of gold, and most importantly, a disillusionment talisman Blaze had created, capable of masking magical signatures as well as physical presence. The talisman would allow her to slip past Hogwarts monitoring charms tonight, but she'd need help reaching the grounds themselves. The castle's main exits would undoubtedly be watched more closely than usual. After retrieving a random book to maintain her cover story, Hermione returned to Gryffindor Tower where McGonagall delivered her to a common room mercifully empty except for Harry, who sat alone by the fire. "Hermione," he said, standing immediately. "How are you feeling?" "That's a stupid question, sorry." "It's okay." She managed a wan smile. "About as well as can be expected." Harry hesitated before asking, "Dumbledore told you they think your dad's been brought to Britain?" "Yes." She clutched the library book tighter. "But no concrete leads yet." "They'll find him," Harry said with characteristic determination. "The Order has people everywhere. And I've told Dumbledore I want to help however I can." His loyalty, his absolute certainty that right would prevail because it was right, struck Hermione with painful nostalgia. Once, she'd shared that certainty. Now it seemed hopelessly naive in the face of what she knew, that her father was already found, that his life hung on choices Harry would never understand or forgive. "Harry," she said suddenly, "I need your help with something." "Anything," he replied immediately. The instant trust twisted like a knife in her chest. After tonight, that trust would be shattered forever. But for now, she needed it one last time. "I need to borrow your invisibility cloak tonight," she said, lowering her voice though they were alone. "There's a book in the restricted section that it has information on magical signatures, tracking spells. Something that might help locate my father." The lie came smoothly, tailored perfectly to what Harry would understand and support. His green eyes lit with purpose. "Of course. But I'll come with you." "No," she cut in quickly. "Dumbledore's watching me closely. If we both disappear from our dormitories, it'll raise alarms. One missing student might go unnoticed, but not both of us, especially not you." Harry frowned but nodded reluctantly. "You're sure?" "With everything that's happened, I need to do something, Harry," she said, injecting genuine emotion into her voice. "I can't just sit here while he's out there somewhere. Please understand." "I do," he said softly, reaching for her hand. "Better than most. When Sirius was captured, I'd have done anything." The parallel struck Hermione with fresh guilt. Harry had rushed to the Department of Mysteries to save his godfather based on incomplete information, nearly getting them all killed. Now she was manipulating his sympathy to enable a choice that would align her with those responsible for Sirius's death. "Thank you," she whispered, squeezing his hand before letting go. "Just for tonight." Harry nodded. "I'll get it to you before curfew." "And Hermione? Whatever you find, whatever happens, I'm here. We'll face it together." The promise, so earnest and doomed, nearly broke her. After tonight, there would be no more "together" for them, not once her public disavowal of Harry became known, not once she formally aligned with Voldemort's cause. This moment, this conversation, was the last remnant of a friendship that had defined her for 6 years. "I know," she said, throat tight with unspoken truths. "You've always been there when it counted, Harry." Later, alone in her dormitory with Harry's invisibility cloak carefully hidden beneath her pillow, Hermione penned 2 letters. The first to Harry, explanation, apology, context for the choice she was about to make. Not justification, for there could be none in his eyes, but at least clarity. He deserved that much. The second letter went to McGonagall, more formal but no less honest in its own way. An acknowledgement of lessons learned, gratitude for guidance given, and recognition that paths once shared had irrevocably diverged. Neither letter mentioned specifics of her arrangement with Voldemort, that would endanger recipients as well as her father. But both made clear that her choice, while forced by circumstance, was made with full awareness of its implications. As night fell across the castle, Hermione prepared methodically. The tracking charms on her wand would register her location in the dormitory until she left, then show her moving toward the library, a reasonable destination given her cover story. Blaze's talisman would mask her actual movements once activated, creating a magical echo that would continue registering her presence in the castle while she moved physically elsewhere. At 11:30, she activated the talisman, feeling its magic settle around her like a second skin. Harry's invisibility cloak provided physical concealment as she slipped from Gryffindor Tower, moving through corridors with practiced stealth developed through years of nighttime adventures with Harry and Ron. The bitter irony wasn't lost on her, skills developed alongside friends now used to betray them. But sentiment had no place in tonight's task. Only practicality, only survival, only her father's life mattered now. Reaching the grounds proved easier than expected. Dumbledore's increased security focused primarily on preventing entry to the castle rather than exit from it. A passage behind a tapestry on the fourth floor led to an unused courtyard, from which scaling a short wall brought her to the edge of the grounds near the Forbidden Forest. The rendezvous point Lucius had specified was just beyond the anti-apparition wards, marked by a distinctive lightning-struck tree at the forest's edge. As midnight approached, Hermione positioned herself beneath it, heart pounding with equal parts fear and terrible resolve. The portkey arrived precisely at midnight, a simple black stone materializing at her feet with a soft pop. No messenger, no further instructions needed. The stark efficiency of it chilled her more than any threatening display could have. Taking a deep breath, Hermione removed the invisibility cloak and talisman, storing both in her charmed pouch. Whatever happened next, she would face it openly, not hidden behind borrowed concealment. "For Dad," she whispered, touching the stone. The familiar hook behind her navel yanked her forward into compressed darkness. When reality solidified again, she found herself in an opulent drawing room dominated by a long table of dark wood. At its head sat Lord Voldemort himself, pale and serpentine in the firelight, red eyes fixed on her with clinical interest. Around the table sat a dozen Death Eaters, masks removed but posture deferential to their master. She recognized several, Bellatrix Lestrange watching with undisguised disgust, Lucius Malfoy with careful neutrality, Severus Snape with absolutely no expression at all. "Miss Granger," Voldemort said, voice higher and colder than she'd imagined. "How prompt. I appreciate punctuality." Hermione forced herself to meet those red eyes directly. "Where is my father?" "Direct as well." "Excellent qualities." Voldemort gestured languidly. "Bring him." A door opened, and two masked Death Eaters entered supporting her father between them. He looked worse in person than through the mirror, face swollen almost beyond recognition, breathing labored, dried blood caking his clothing. But alive. Undeniably alive. "Dad," she whispered, taking an involuntary step forward. "Patience," Voldemort cautioned. "Business before reunion. Lucius has conveyed your terms, and I find them acceptable with minor modifications. You seek to save your father's life and ensure his future safety. I seek your considerable talents directed toward specific magical innovations. A mutually beneficial arrangement." The clinical framing of what was essentially extortion struck Hermione as obscene, but she maintained her composure. "I want an unbreakable vow guaranteeing his safety and freedom before anything else." "Of course." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in what might have been amusement. "Severus will serve as bonder. Lucius as my proxy for the actual vow, as physical contact between us might prove uncomfortable given your connection to Potter." Snape rose silently, drawing his wand. His black eyes met Hermione's briefly, revealing nothing of his thoughts as he positioned himself between her and Lucius, who extended his hand toward her. Taking a steadying breath, Hermione clasped Malfoy's hand, feeling the cool, dry touch of his fingers around hers. "The terms," Voldemort instructed. "Precisely as discussed, Lucius." Snape placed his wand tip against their joined hands as Lucius began speaking. "Do you, Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, as proxy for the Dark Lord, vow that upon Hermione Granger's acceptance of terms, her father will be fully healed of all injuries sustained during his captivity?" "I do so vow," Malfoy intoned. A thin tongue of brilliant flame issued from Snape's wand, winding around their hands like fiery wire. "Do you vow that her father will be relocated to a secure location of Hermione Granger's choosing outside Britain, placed under Fidelius' charm with a mutually agreed secret keeper, and protected from all harm by the Dark Lord and his followers henceforth?" "I do so vow." A second flame joined the first, intertwining around their clasped hands. "And do you vow that in exchange for these protections, Hermione Granger will apply her magical research and development abilities toward innovations requested by the Dark Lord, will publicly disavow Harry Potter and association with his cause, and will not actively work against the Dark Lord's objectives?" Hermione hesitated fractionally before responding, "I do so vow." A third flame wound around their hands, burning bright before sinking into their skin, sealing the magical contract with unbreakable bonds. The vow complete, Malfoy released her hand, nodding almost respectfully. "It is done," Voldemort said with satisfaction. "Severus, see to Mr. Granger's medical needs." Snape moved to her father's side, withdrawing potions from his robes and beginning treatment with clinical efficiency. Hermione watched anxiously as color gradually returned to her father's face, his breathing easing as healing magic repaired the worst damage. "While Severus works, let us discuss your first assignment," Voldemort continued, gesturing Hermione toward a seat at the table, not close to him, but not among the lowest ranks either. A deliberate positioning that wasn't lost on those present. "Theodore speaks highly of your work on magical signature modification. The ability to cast spells that register differently than their actual function, most useful for bypassing certain monitoring spells." The assignment was immediately clear, developing ways for Death Eaters to use restricted magic without triggering Ministry detection. Not directly violent, but certainly enabling violence. The first compromise of many to come. "I'll need specific parameters," she said, forcing herself to engage professionally despite the surreality of discussing magical research with Voldemort while her father was healed nearby. Different monitoring spells detect different magical elements. Masking completely versus redirecting signatures requires different approaches. "Precisely the analytical thinking I expected," Voldemort approved. "You'll work primarily with Theodore and Severus, with access to the Nott and Malfoy libraries as needed. Regular progress reports directly to me, beginning next week." The conversation continued in this vein, technical, specific, focused entirely on magical development rather than broader ideological matters. Voldemort treated her not as a reluctant conscript but as a valuable researcher, assigning projects that challenged her abilities without directly involving her in violent applications. It was, Hermione realized with disturbing clarity, exactly what Nott had described months ago: respect for her intellect independent of blood status, recognition of her magical potential without condescension or limitation. The Dark Lord viewed her as an asset rather than a mudblood, a perspective the supposedly enlightened wizarding establishment had never truly managed despite all its claims of equality. When Snape finally completed his treatment of her father, Hermione was allowed to approach him. Though still weak, he was conscious, his injuries healed enough for travel. "Hermione," he whispered, confusion evident as he looked around the ornate room. "Where's your mother? What's happening?" The question shattered her careful composure. "Dad," she managed, taking his hand. "Mom is, she's gone. These people are going to help us get somewhere safe." Not the whole truth, not even close, but all she could manage in that moment. Her father's grief would come later, once they were secure, once she could explain everything without Death Eaters watching their reunion with calculating eyes. The arrangements are complete, Lucius informed them. A property has been prepared in New Zealand, remote and extensively warded. The Fidelius will be cast upon arrival, with Narcissa serving as secret keeper by mutual agreement. Narcissa Malfoy as secret keeper had been Hermione's calculated choice, a woman with no direct Death Eater involvement but sufficient standing to ensure the vow's terms remained honored. Someone whose primary motivation was family protection rather than ideological fervor. "You have 1 hour with your father before the port key activates," Voldemort announced, rising from his chair. "Use it to explain whatever you wish. After that, your new responsibilities begin. Draco will escort you back to Hogwarts, where you will draft your public statement regarding Potter by tomorrow evening." With that, he left the room, most Death Eaters following in his wake. Only Snape remained, ostensibly to monitor her father's condition but clearly also to oversee their conversation. In the relative privacy that followed, Hermione explained as gently as possible what had happened, her mother's death, her father's capture, and the arrangements she'd made to secure his safety. Not the full details of her vow or future work, but enough for him to understand the gravity of their situation. "You shouldn't have," he whispered, tears streaming down his face. "Not for me, Hermione. Your mother wouldn't want, it's done," she cut in firmly. "Your safety is what matters now. Everything else is manageable." When the hour ended, their goodbye was brief but agonizing, her father still weak, still grieving, still processing the dramatic reversal of their circumstances. The port key that would take him to safety glowed blue as it activated, whisking him away to a new life without her, protected by magic and vows but separated perhaps forever. After he vanished, Hermione stood motionless, the reality of what she'd done, what she'd become, settling around her shoulders like a weight that would never lift. "It gets easier," Draco Malfoy said quietly from the doorway, having entered silently to escort her back. "Not better. Just easier." She turned to face him, feeling older than her years, transformed by choices made and lines crossed. "Let's go," she said simply. "I have a statement to write." As they left Malfoy Manor together, Hermione Granger, once the brightest witch of her age, once Harry Potter's loyal friend, once defender of house elves and believer in fundamental good, took her first conscious steps as something new entirely. Not fully Death Eater, not marked or initiated, but aligned with their cause through magical vow and personal choice. The transformation was complete, not in dramatic revelation but in accumulated compromise, each small step away from rigid principles toward pragmatic survival, each decision that prioritized results over ideals, each moment where the ends justified increasingly questionable means. Her father would live. That singular victory would have to sustain her through whatever darkness lay ahead. Chapter 3, The Reckoning. The morning after her vow to Voldemort, Hermione sat in the Hogwarts library with parchment spread before her, crafting the words that would destroy her friendship with Harry Potter. Each sentence felt like carving something out of her own flesh. "I, Hermione Jean Granger, hereby formally withdraw my support and association from Harry Potter and his cause." Her quill paused. Outside, students crossed the grounds, laughing and chatting in the spring sunshine. Normal life continuing while hers had fundamentally, irrevocably changed. "Recent events have forced me to reevaluate my priorities and allegiances. The tragic death of my mother at the hands of Death Eaters has shown me that the current approach to opposing the Dark Lord is fundamentally flawed and endangers those we claim to protect." Not a complete lie. The Order had failed her family. The Ministry had prosecuted her for trying to protect them. But the deliberate implication that she was breaking with Harry out of principled disagreement rather than magical coercion twisted her stomach. "I cannot in good conscience continue supporting strategies that prioritize symbolic resistance over practical protection of vulnerable populations." Clever wording, technically true while serving Voldemort's purposes. This was what she'd become, a wordsmith of half-truths, crafting betrayal with technical precision. "Working on homework already? Everyone's looking for you." Harry's voice made her jump. She flipped the parchment over instinctively, heart hammering as she looked up at her friend, perhaps for the last time as such. Just, processing, she managed. Writing helps. Harry nodded, pulling out a chair. I was worried when I woke up and the cloak was on my bed. Did you find anything useful last night? The lie she told to borrow his invisibility cloak. Another betrayal in a growing collection. No, she said, unable to meet his eyes. Nothing helpful. Harry reached across the table, covering her hand with his. We'll find him, Hermione. I promise. The sincerity in his voice cut deeper than anger would have. If he only knew that she'd already found her father, by selling him out. Harry, she began, not sure what she could possibly say. Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall's voice interrupted whatever ill-advised confession might have followed. The headmaster requires your presence immediately. Hermione gathered her parchment quickly. I have to go. I'll come with you, Harry offered, standing. That won't be necessary, Potter, McGonagall said firmly. The headmaster asked for Miss Granger specifically. As they walked through the corridors, McGonagall's silence felt heavy with unasked questions. Only when they were halfway to Dumbledore's office did she speak. Your absence was noted last night, Miss Granger. Hermione's stomach dropped. I was in the library, as I told you. No, Miss Granger, you were not. McGonagall's voice held no anger, only profound disappointment. Whatever enchantment you used to mask your movements was sophisticated, but not perfect. The question is where you went, and why. Before Hermione could formulate a response, they arrived at the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. Sugar quills, McGonagall said, and the statue leapt aside. Dumbledore waited behind his desk, but he wasn't alone. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Remus Lupin stood nearby, their presence confirming this wasn't a routine meeting. Miss Granger, Dumbledore said gravely. Please, sit. She took the offered chair, mind racing through options. Denial? Partial truth? How much did they know? Your father has been found, Dumbledore said, watching her reaction closely. What? She feigned surprise, hoping her acting skills had improved along with her comfort in deception. Where? Is he all right? That's what we hoped you might tell us, Kingsley said, his deep voice betraying no emotion. Magical monitoring detected a complex Fidelius charm established in rural New Zealand early this morning. Tracking signatures suggested 2 participants, one matching your father's magical trace as recorded by the Australian Ministry. That's wonderful news, Hermione said carefully. But why would you think I know anything about it? Because, Lupin said gently, the second signature contained traces of your magical core, Hermione. Not your direct casting, but your magical influence. Something only possible through blood relation or, an unbreakable vow involving you. The precision of their intelligence was alarming. She'd underestimated the Order's monitoring capabilities, or overestimated the Death Eater's discretion. I don't understand, she persisted. I was here all night. No, Miss Granger, you were not. Dumbledore's blue eyes held no twinkle, only penetrating intensity. The castle's defenses register all exits and entries. You left shortly before midnight and returned at approximately 2 this morning, accompanied by another whose magical signature was disguised but whose physical presence registered nonetheless. Draco. They'd detected him escorting her back. Furthermore, Dumbledore continued, magical residue on your person indicates recent participation in binding magic of significant strength. An unbreakable vow leaves distinctive traces, Miss Granger, recognizable to those familiar with such magic. Caught. Completely, undeniably caught. What have you done, Hermione? Lupin asked, his kind face creased with worry. The compassion in his voice nearly broke her. These weren't interrogators but people who genuinely cared for her, which made her betrayal all the more painful to admit. What I had to, she said finally, straightening her shoulders. My father is safe now. That's what matters. Safe under whose protection? Kingsley pressed. And at what cost? She met his gaze steadily. The only protection that was actually offered when it counted. Understanding dawned in Dumbledore's eyes. You've made a deal with Voldemort. Not a question. Hermione neither confirmed nor denied, but her silence was answer enough. Oh, my dear girl, McGonagall whispered, sinking into a nearby chair. What have they coerced you into? They didn't coerce me into anything the Order's failures didn't necessitate, Hermione replied, harder than intended. My mother is dead because you deemed my family low priority. My father would have followed if I hadn't acted. We never intended, Lupin began. Intentions mean nothing against results, Hermione cut him off. My mother was tortured to death. My father nearly so. Where was the Order then? Where was the Ministry? Where was anyone except those offering actual protection instead of sympathetic words? Her voice had risen, years of building resentment finally finding release. The adults exchanged glances, clearly unprepared for this version of Hermione Granger, not the eager hand-raiser seeking approval but a young woman hardened by loss and betrayal. What are the terms of your arrangement? Dumbledore asked quietly. My father's life and safety for my cooperation. She chose the word carefully. Define cooperation, Kingsley said, aura training evident in his direct questioning. Research. Magical development. And public disavowal of Harry. The last admission hurt most to voice aloud. The mark? McGonagall asked, face pale. No. That wasn't part of the terms. A small relief for them, clearly, though Hermione understood it changed little. Marked or not, she'd bound herself to Voldemort's service through magic older and deeper than mere branding. Miss Granger, Dumbledore said, leaning forward, I understand your anger. The Order's failure to adequately protect your parents is unforgivable. But an unbreakable vow to Lord Voldemort carries consequences beyond what you may realize. I know exactly what I've done, she replied, meeting his gaze. I've saved my father's life. Everything else is acceptable collateral. And Harry? Lupin asked. Is he acceptable collateral too? The question struck its intended target. Harry, who'd been her friend since 11, who'd faced trolls and basilisks and dementors with her, who'd offered his invisibility cloak without hesitation even last night. Harry, whom she would publicly betray by day's end. He'll survive, she said, voice smaller than intended. He has Ron. The Order. You. He needs you, Lupin pressed. Your brilliance, your stability, your moral compass. My moral compass didn't save my mother, Hermione shot back. It didn't protect my family when the Ministry prosecuted me for trying. It didn't mean anything when measured against real power. So forgive me if I've recalibrated it toward more practical considerations. Silence fell after this declaration. Dumbledore studied her with eyes that seemed to see through facades to the turmoil beneath. There is always another way, Miss Granger, he said finally. Even now. The Order can offer protection for your father, find means to circumvent the vow, like you protected my parents before. Bitter laughter escaped her. No thank you, Professor. The time for alternatives was months ago, when I first asked for help. That window has closed. She stood, gathering what composure remained. My father is safe. That was my priority. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a statement to complete for the Daily Prophet. Hermione, McGonagall's voice cracked slightly. Please reconsider. This path leads nowhere good, regardless of its initial justification. For a moment, Hermione allowed herself to feel the full weight of what she was walking away from, mentors who, despite their failures, genuinely cared for her. Community. Belonging. Moral clarity. Some choices can't be reconsidered once made, she said quietly. The vow ensures that, if nothing else. Without waiting for dismissal, she turned and left the office, the weight of their collective disappointment following her down the spiral staircase. By the time she reached the corridor, tears threatened, but she forced them back. Crying wouldn't change what she'd become, what she still needed to do. The drafted statement to the prophet burned in her pocket, her public betrayal of Harry waiting only for final revisions and delivery. After Dumbledore's revelation of how much they'd detected, she couldn't risk delaying. Voldemort would expect compliance, and her father's safety depended on it. She found an empty classroom, sealed the door, and completed the statement with mechanical precision. No emotional language, no dramatic denouncements, just clinical separation from Harry Potter and his cause, attributed to principle rather than coercion. Damage done with surgical care. As she signed her name at the bottom, the full impact of what she'd done, what she was continuing to do, threatened to overwhelm her. But there was no space for regret. Only forward movement, only survival, only her father's continued safety mattered now. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. She opened the door to find Draco Malfoy waiting, face drawn with familiar strain. "They know," he said without preamble. "Yes. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Kingsley, and Lupin confronted me this morning." "How much?" "Everything. The vow, my father's location, you're escorting me back." She handed him the completed statement. "It doesn't change anything. This still needs to go out today." Draco took the parchment, scanning it quickly. "Clever. No direct allegiance declared, just separation from Potter. The Dark Lord will approve." He pocketed it. "I'll handle delivery through approved channels." "Thank you." The words felt strange directed at Malfoy, but their shared circumstances had created an unexpected alliance of necessity. "What will you do now?" "They'll be watching you closely." "What I agreed to do," Hermione replied simply. "Research. Development. My weekly meeting with him is scheduled for Friday." Draco nodded. "Theo will coordinate details. The Manor Library has been prepared for your use." He hesitated. "Potter will know by dinner time. Are you prepared for that?" The question struck deeper than intended. Was anyone ever prepared to destroy a friendship that had defined their life? "No," she admitted. "But necessity doesn't wait for emotional readiness." A ghost of understanding passed across Malfoy's features. "No. It doesn't." He glanced down the corridor. "I should go." Separate movements reduce suspicion. After he left, Hermione remained in the empty classroom, postponing the inevitable confrontation with Harry. The statement would reach the prophet's evening edition. By dinner, everyone would know. Including the boy who had once been her best friend. The great hall hummed with conversation as Hermione entered that evening, deliberately late to minimize interaction before the inevitable explosion. She'd spent the afternoon in the library, isolating herself from curious questions and concerned glances. She'd barely taken her seat at the Gryffindor table, carefully distant from Harry and Ron, when the Evening Post owls swooped in. Among them, hundreds of copies of the Daily Prophet's evening edition, headline visible even from a distance: "Potter's brain breaks ranks, Hermione Granger denounces flawed approach to defeating WHO." The silence spread outward like ripples in a pond as students opened their papers. Hermione kept her gaze fixed on her plate, feeling eyes turn toward her from every house table. Then whispers began, growing louder until the hall buzzed with speculation. "Hermione." Harry's voice, close behind her. She turned slowly, meeting his eyes for what felt like the first time in months. Pain, confusion, and betrayal warred in those green depths. "Is this true?" he asked, holding the paper with her statement prominently displayed. "Did you actually say these things?" The great hall had gone silent again, hundreds of students watching their confrontation with undisguised interest. Even the professors at the head table leaned forward, McGonagall's face etched with sorrow. "Yes," Hermione said clearly. "No point denying what was in black and white." "I meant what I wrote, Harry." You meant, he seemed unable to process her confirmation. Hermione, this says you're withdrawing support from me. From fighting Voldemort. That you think we're going about it wrong. We are going about it wrong, she replied, finding strange refuge in partial truths. The order failed to protect my parents. The ministry prosecuted me for trying to do it myself. The current approach sacrifices vulnerable people as acceptable losses. So you write this? Without even talking to me first. Hurt overshadowed anger in his voice. After everything we've been through? Ron appeared at Harry's shoulder, face flushed with emotion. What the hell, Hermione? Your mum dies and suddenly you're abandoning Harry. Abandoning all of us. The simplistic framing of her complex choice ignited unexpected anger. You have no idea what I've been through, she said, voice dangerously quiet. None of you do. You've never had to choose between moral purity and family survival. Never had to watch institutions you trusted dismiss your loved ones as expendable. Never had to face impossible choices alone because your friends were too wrapped up in teenage drama to notice you drowning. The bitter assessment silenced Ron momentarily, guilt flashing across his features before anger reasserted itself. So that's it? You're just done with us. Moving on to what, neutrality? Or something worse? The implication hung in the air between them. Even without knowing about her vow, Ron had correctly identified the fundamental question: if she wasn't with them, who exactly was she with? I'm doing what's necessary for my family's survival, she said, rising from her seat. Something I had to figure out alone because when I needed help, everyone was conveniently looking the other way. That's not fair, Harry protested. We would have helped if you told us what was happening. Would you? When did you last ask about my parents, Harry? When did either of you notice I was disappearing every night for months? When did anyone in this supposedly moral, righteous cause actually prioritize Muggle lives over wizarding convenience? Her voice had risen, years of resentment pouring out in the worst possible venue. The Great Hall remained silent, students and professors alike witnessing the implosion of the Golden Trio with morbid fascination. Hermione, Harry said, voice breaking slightly. Whatever's happened, whatever you're going through, we can fix this. Together. Like always. The plaintive offer nearly shattered her resolve. Part of her, the part that remained the girl who'd once jumped fearlessly into danger alongside him, wanted nothing more than to accept, to pretend she could return to that simpler world of clear moral divisions. But the vow around her heart pulsed with magical reminder. Her father's life depended on her commitment. And deeper than that, something fundamental had changed in her worldview that couldn't be undone by mere sentiment. Some things can't be fixed, Harry, she said quietly. Some choices, once made, change everything that follows. This is one of them. What have you done? He asked, sudden dread crossing his features. Hermione, what exactly have you agreed to? The directness of the question suggested Dumbledore had shared suspicions if not details. Before she could formulate a response that wouldn't violate her vow, an unexpected voice interrupted. That's enough public spectacle, Potter. Theodore Nott approached from the Slytherin table, his arrival drawing gasps from onlookers. Granger's made her position clear. Respect it or don't, but perhaps take the dramatics somewhere more private. Harry's expression darkened at Nott's intervention. Stay out of this. This is between me and Hermione. Is it? Seems you've made it between Hermione and the entire Great Hall. Nott's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with Harry's visible agitation. People make difficult choices during war. Not everyone has the luxury of symbolic resistance without personal consequence. The pointed comment struck home. Harry turned back to Hermione, new understanding dawning in his eyes. This is about your dad, isn't it? What did they offer you, Hermione? What did they make you do? Too close to the truth. Too dangerous to confirm. I made choices based on what matters most to me, she said carefully. Family comes first, Harry. Always. I would have thought you of all people would understand that. The reference to his own history, his parents' sacrifice, his drive to protect those he loved, landed as intended. Harry's expression shifted from anger to something more complex. Whatever they've threatened, whatever deal you've made, we can help, he said, lowering his voice. The order, Dumbledore, I don't need saving, Harry, she interrupted. I need you to respect that I've made my choice with full awareness of what it means. For all of us. Ron, who had been watching this exchange with growing comprehension, finally spoke. You're working with them, aren't you? That's what this is really about. His voice dropped to a horrified whisper. Have you taken the mark? Ron. Harry hissed, glancing around at their audience. No, I want to hear her say it, Ron insisted. Because that statement isn't just stepping back, it's the first step towards something else. I know you, Hermione. You don't do anything halfway. He was right, of course. The Ron Weasley who could strategize 12 moves ahead on a chessboard had correctly identified the trajectory of her choices, if not their immediate catalyst. I haven't taken the mark, she said truthfully. And this conversation is over. She turned to leave, but Ron grabbed her arm. Just tell us why, he pleaded, anger momentarily replaced by genuine pain. Help us understand how you could go from Hermione Granger to, whatever this is. The raw hurt in his voice penetrated defenses she'd carefully constructed over months of gradual separation. For a moment, she saw herself through his eyes, the girl he'd grown up with, argued with, secretly admired, transforming into someone unrecognizable. Because when my mother was being tortured to death, she said, voice barely above a whisper, no one from our side could be bothered to save her. When my father was taken, the only protection offered came with conditions I chose to accept. Sometimes survival matters more than moral purity, Ron. Sometimes there are no good choices, only necessary ones. She gently removed his hand from her arm. I'm sorry. Truly. But this is where we part ways. Leaving them standing stunned in the middle of the great hall, Hermione walked out with her head high, ignoring the whispers that erupted in her wake. She made it halfway down the entrance hall before her composure cracked, tears finally breaking through carefully maintained control. An alcove behind a suit of armor provided temporary shelter as she pressed her fist against her mouth, suppressing sobs that threatened to overwhelm her. The look in Harry's eyes, betrayal, confusion, hurt, would haunt her forever. Ron's desperate attempt to understand what she'd become cut even deeper, because there was no explanation she could offer that wouldn't sound like madness or cowardice to their black and white worldview. Breathing helps. She startled at Draco's voice, not having heard him approach. He stood at the alcove entrance, keeping careful distance but offering a handkerchief with the Malfoy crest embroidered on its corner. Practice from experience, she asked, accepting it and wiping her eyes. Extensive practice, he confirmed. Though usually in less public settings. I didn't expect it to be quite so devastating. He supplied when she couldn't find the right word. Breaking fundamental bonds usually is. He didn't offer false comfort or platitudes about her choice being right or necessary. Just acknowledgement of the pain it caused, recognition from someone who understood what it meant to choose paths that severed connections to former selves. They'll come after me now, she said, composing herself. Try to save me. Especially Harry. Of course they will. Potter's hero complex wouldn't allow anything else. Draco leaned against the wall. Which is why you need to leave Hogwarts sooner rather than later. Leave. But the term is nearly irrelevant compared to your new responsibilities, he interrupted. And actively dangerous given your changed status. Dumbledore won't expel you, that would be admitting failure to protect his student, but he can't protect you from Potter's determination to rescue you either. I can handle Harry, she said automatically, then reconsidered. Could she really? If he confronted her directly, alone, with all his earnest belief that she could be redeemed? Perhaps, Draco allowed. But why risk it? The Dark Lord has approved your relocation to Knot Manor for the remainder of the term. Private tutoring for NEWT preparation alongside your research assignments. Safer for everyone. The practical suggestion made sense, though the reality of leaving Hogwarts, her home for 6 years, felt like yet another severing of her former life. When? Tonight would be ideal. Before Potter decides to stage a midnight intervention with Weasley as backup. Draco glanced down the corridor. Theo's arranging a portkey from the room of requirement. Minimal belongings only, everything else can be replaced or sent later. The urgency of the timeline suggested this had been planned well before her confrontation with Harry, another reminder that her choices were now directed by forces beyond her immediate control. I need to pack, she said, straightening her shoulders. And make arrangements for Crookshanks. Already handled. Your cat will be delivered to Knot Manor tomorrow by house elf. Everything else is prepared. The efficient management of details she hadn't even considered yet was both comforting and disquieting, evidence of how thoroughly her life had been planned by her new associates. Colleagues? Masters? None of the labels quite fit the complex relationship she now inhabited. Thank you, she said finally, handing back his handkerchief. Draco waved it away. Keep it. Merlin knows there will be more moments like this in coming days. His expression softened fractionally. For what it's worth, Granger, you're handling this better than most would. Even my father noted your composure during the vow. From Draco Malfoy, this qualified as effusive praise. Before she could respond, footsteps approached rapidly from the direction of the Great Hall. Draco melted back into shadows as Harry appeared, clearly having followed her exit. Hermione, wait. He stopped short seeing her tear-streaked face. Please, just talk to me. Whatever's happening, whatever they've threatened or promised, we can find another way. His certainty would have been touching months ago. Now it just highlighted how little he understood the complexity of her position. There is no other way, Harry, she said quietly. Not anymore. There's always another way, he insisted, stepping closer. Your dad, whatever deal you've made for him, the Order can protect him just as well. Dumbledore has connections everywhere. Like they protected my mother. The question emerged sharper than intended. Or were you not listening earlier? The Order deemed my family low priority, Harry. The Ministry prosecuted me for trying to protect them myself. Everyone failed them when it mattered. Everyone except those you're so certain are irredeemably evil. Harry flinched at her assessment. We made mistakes, he admitted. Terrible ones. But this, working with Voldemort, isn't the answer. You know that, Hermione. The brilliant, principled girl I've known for 6 years would never. That girl watched her mother tortured to death, Hermione interrupted coldly. That girl saw her father beaten until unrecognizable. That girl learned exactly what principles are worth when measured against family survival. She stepped closer, voice lowering. You talk about good and evil like they're fixed points, Harry. But they're not. They're luxuries afforded to those who've never had to choose between moral purity and watching their parents die. So you've chosen what? Pragmatism over principle. Survival over right? Harry's green eyes searched hers desperately. That's not you, Hermione. That's never been you. Perhaps you never really knew me then, she replied, the words tasting bitter. Or perhaps circumstances revealed parts of me that comfort and security kept hidden. Harry shook his head in denial. I don't believe that. Whatever you've agreed to, whatever oath they've forced on you, we can find a way around it. Dumbledore cannot undo an unbreakable vow, she finished for him, the admission slipping out before she could stop it. Harry went pale. Unbreakable. Hermione, what have you done? What was necessary, she said simply. My father lives because of it. That's all that matters now. To Voldemort? You've bound yourself to Voldemort. Horror and disbelief warred in his expression. The man who killed my parents. Who's tried to kill me since I was a baby. Who stands for everything we've fought against. I've bound myself to my father's survival, she corrected. Everything else is collateral. Harry stared at her as if seeing a stranger wearing his friend's face. This isn't you talking. This is the vow, or some spell, or, it's me, Harry, she cut him off gently. Making choices you don't understand or approve of doesn't mean I'm under magical control. It means I've weighed options you haven't had to consider and reached conclusions you can't accept. She stepped back, creating distance between them both physically and symbolically. We're on different paths now. I won't work against you directly, that wasn't part of my vow. But I can't help you anymore either. So that's it. Anger finally broke through his shock. 6 years of friendship, everything we've been through, just done. You're choosing them over us. I'm choosing my father's life over everything else, she corrected. Just as your mother chose your life over hers. Just as anyone does when forced to rank what matters most. The comparison to Lily Potter's sacrifice silenced him momentarily. When he spoke again, his voice had lost its anger, replaced by quiet determination. I'll find a way to help you, Hermione. To undo this. I promise. The sincere vow broke something inside her, the knowledge that Harry Potter would never stop trying to save her, would never understand that her choice, while coerced by circumstance, was made with full awareness of its implications. Don't, she said softly. Please, Harry. Accept that this is where our paths diverge. Focus on what you need to do, and I'll do what I must. I can't just abandon you, he insisted. Not to them. You're not abandoning me. I'm choosing this. She stepped further away. Goodbye, Harry. Before he could respond, before her resolve could waver further, she turned and walked rapidly toward the grand staircase. She didn't look back, though she felt his gaze following her until she turned the corner. By the time she reached Gryffindor Tower, news of her public statement and confrontation with Harry had preceded her. The common room fell silent as she entered, faces ranging from confused to openly hostile turning to watch her progress toward the girls' dormitory. Ginny Weasley blocked her path, brown eyes blazing. How could you, she demanded. After everything Harry's done for you, everything we've all been through together. Step aside, Ginny, Hermione said tiredly. I need to pack. Pack. You're leaving. Surprise momentarily replaced anger. Running away now that you've stabbed Harry in the back. I've made my position clear, Hermione replied, keeping her voice even. I'm not going to debate it in the common room. No, you'd rather announce it in the Prophet. Ginny's voice rose. Did they threaten you? Blackmail you? Or did you just decide switching sides was more convenient? Several students drew closer, eager to witness the confrontation. Hermione felt tension build in her chest, frustration, grief, and something darker that had been growing since her mother's death. Power responding to emotional pressure, seeking release. My mother was tortured to death, she said quietly, dangerously. My father nearly followed. When your family is destroyed for political leverage, then you can judge my choices. Until then, step aside. Magic crackled visibly around her fingertips, wandless, instinctive, responding to her emotional state just as Nott had taught her. Ginny's eyes widened at the display, some primal recognition of danger overriding her Gryffindor courage. She stepped aside. Hermione continued to her dormitory without further interruption, the crowd parting before her like water around a stone. Inside, she found Lavender and Parvati hurriedly pretending they hadn't been discussing her moments before. Hermione, Lavender began awkwardly. We heard about your statement, save it, Hermione cut her off, pulling out her trunk and beginning to pack essentials. I'm leaving tonight. You can have the dorm to yourselves. The girls exchanged alarmed glances. Leaving Hogwarts? Parvati asked. But term doesn't end for months. Alternative arrangements have been made for my continued education, Hermione replied mechanically, selecting books and personal items with efficiency. Everything else could be abandoned or replaced. This is about your parents, isn't it? Lavender asked, surprising Hermione with her perception. Ron told me what happened to your mum. I'm really sorry, Hermione. The simple condolence, free from judgment or questions about her choices, momentarily pierced Hermione's carefully constructed defenses. Thank you, she managed. Where will you go? Parvati asked, curiosity overcoming initial hostility. Somewhere I can focus on what matters now. Hermione closed her trunk, shrinking it with a wandless gesture that made both girls' eyes widen. Tell McGonagall I've withdrawn formally. The paperwork will follow. She left them staring after her, descending the stairs to find the common room still crowded but notably silent. No one attempted to stop her this time, whether from respect for her loss, fear of her evident magical control, or simple shock at her dramatic departure. The walk to the room of requirement felt like traversing a lifetime. Corridors she'd known since age 11 now seemed to belong to a different girl entirely, the rule-following perfectionist who believed in clear divisions between right and wrong, who trusted authority figures to maintain justice, who thought friendship and courage were enough to defeat darkness. That girl was gone, replaced by someone harder, colder, more pragmatic. Someone who understood that power, not principle, determined outcomes in the real world. Someone willing to align with former enemies to protect what mattered most. Theodore Nott waited in the room of requirement, which had transformed into a sparse chamber containing only a small table holding what appeared to be an ordinary leather-bound book. Everything's prepared, he said, gesturing to the book. Portkey activates on touch, keyed specifically to you. Anti-tracking charms embedded to prevent tracing. Hermione nodded, unsurprised by the thoroughness of preparations. Potter knows about the vow, she said. I let it slip during our confrontation. Inevitable, Nott replied without concern. It changes nothing practically. The vow prevents interference regardless of who knows about it. He won't stop trying to save me, she warned. It's fundamentally who he is. We're counting on that predictability, Nott said with a slight smile. The Dark Lord finds Potter's hero complex useful in certain contexts. The casual admission that her situation might be leveraged to manipulate Harry should have horrified her. Instead, she found herself analyzing it dispassionately. Yes, Harry would likely make reckless attempts to rescue her, potentially exposing himself to danger in the process. Strategically sound, if morally questionable. When had she started thinking this way? Ready? Nott asked, watching her internal struggle with understanding eyes. Not really, she admitted. But necessity doesn't wait for readiness. He nodded, recognizing his own words from previous conversations. The Manor Library awaits. As does the work you've committed to. Hermione approached the table, hand hovering over the portkey. Will it get easier? She asked suddenly. This transition. Not easier, Nott replied honestly. Just more familiar. The person you were and the person's circumstances have forced you to become will eventually integrate. Not without scars, but with functional coherence. The clinical description somehow helped more than false reassurance would have. Functional coherence, not happiness or moral comfort, but practical integration of contradictory aspects of self. A realistic goal amid impossible circumstances. Thank you for your honesty, she said. It's been rare in my experience lately. We're beyond platitudes now, Hermione. His use of her first name still felt significant, marking their relationship as something beyond student collaboration. Clear sight serves us both better than comfortable lies. She nodded, then placed her hand firmly on the book. The last thing she saw before the portkey activated was Theodore Nott's face, not triumphant at having successfully recruited her to Voldemort's cause, but contemplative, almost respectful of the transformation he had witnessed and facilitated. Then Hogwarts vanished, along with the last vestiges of Hermione Granger as she once was. Not Manor sprawled across manicured grounds, its Gothic architecture imposing against the night sky. Hermione materialized in what appeared to be a private study, wood-paneled walls lined with books, a fire crackling in an ornate fireplace, comfortable furnishings arranged for both function and aesthetic. "Welcome to your new workspace," Theodore said, appearing moments later via separate portkey. "These rooms have been prepared specifically for your use: study, private laboratory, bedroom suite, and direct access to the main library." He gestured to various doors leading from the central study. "Wards are keyed to your magical signature. No one enters without your explicit permission, not even my father." The level of autonomy surprised her. "This is generous." "It's practical," Theodore corrected. "Your value lies in your mind and magical innovation. Both require appropriate working conditions." He moved to a sideboard, pouring amber liquid into crystal glasses. "Besides, the Dark Lord appreciates talent. Accommodating exceptional abilities is simply good strategy." He offered her a glass. "Fire whiskey. You look like you need it." She accepted it without argument, the burn of alcohol providing temporary relief from the emotional turmoil of leaving Hogwarts, of ending friendships that had defined her for years. "Your first meeting is scheduled for Friday," Theodore continued, taking a seat by the fire. 3 days to settle in, review the research parameters, and prepare initial observations. My father's library contains several texts on magical signature modification that should prove useful starting points." Hermione nodded, professional focus providing refuge from personal chaos. "Will I be working alone or collaboratively?" "Both. I'll assist with theoretical frameworks, Draco with practical applications when available. Professor Snape will consult on specific potion-related modifications." Theodore sipped his drink. "Others may join depending on project requirements, but this core team remains consistent." "Snape," Hermione repeated. "He knows about my arrangement." "He was present for the vow," Theodore reminded her. "And serves as primary liaison between Hogwarts and our side, now that you've relocated." The casual classification of our side versus what had once been hers struck Hermione forcibly. The transition had happened so gradually, from seeking knowledge Hogwarts wouldn't provide, to questioning order priorities, to actively aligning with Voldemort's cause, that she hadn't fully processed how complete her transformation had become. "Our side," she echoed softly. "I suppose it is now." Theodore studied her over the rim of his glass. "Identification follows action, not vice versa. You've already been acting in alignment with the Dark Lord's interests for months, seeking prohibited knowledge, questioning institutional limitations, prioritizing effective power over symbolic resistance. The vow merely formalized what was already in motion." The assessment was uncomfortably accurate. Her journey hadn't begun with her mother's death or her father's capture. Those events had merely accelerated a process already underway since Theodore first introduced her to magic beyond Hogwarts' approved curriculum. "Does that make it premeditated or inevitable?" she asked, more to herself than him. "Both, perhaps." He set his empty glass aside. Exceptional minds rarely remain satisfied with artificial limitations once they recognize them as such. "You were always going to outgrow the constraints Potter and his cause imposed, whether through this specific path or another. You sound very certain of that." "I am." His gaze held hers. "I recognized it the first time I saw you question standard magical theory in the library. Potter and Weasley wanted you for what you could do for them, research, homework, moral support for their adventures. But they never saw what you could become if those constraints were removed. And the Dark Lord does." Skepticism colored her voice. "The Dark Lord recognizes potential unbounded by conventional limitations," Theodore replied. "Blood status included, despite public rhetoric." Hermione sipped her fire whiskey, considering this perspective. "Yet his followers torture and kill Muggleborns as policy." "His followers include many who find simple narratives convenient," Theodore acknowledged. "But the Dark Lord himself values power above all." Your blood matters less than what you can accomplish with it. Conditional acceptance based on exceptional utility, Hermione summarized. Not exactly a ringing endorsement of equality. Theodore laughed softly. No one promised equality, Hermione. Only opportunity proportional to ability. More honest than the ministry's false promises of meritocracy while maintaining systemic prejudice, wouldn't you say? The comparison was uncomfortably valid. The ministry had prosecuted her for protecting her family while ignoring Death Eater attacks on Muggles. Dumbledore spoke of equality while ranking her parents as low-priority protection. At least Voldemort's side was transparent about valuing power above all else. Tour the facilities, Theodore suggested, rising. Familiarize yourself with the resources available. A house elf will bring dinner to your rooms when you're ready. He moved toward the door, then hesitated. For what it's worth, the transition is never easy. Not for any of us who made similar choices. The acknowledgement of shared experience, of difficult decisions made under impossible circumstances, offered unexpected comfort. Thank you, she said simply. After he left, Hermione explored her new domain, a suite of rooms larger than her parents' entire house, decorated with understated elegance and equipped with every magical convenience imaginable. The laboratory contained instruments she'd only read about in advanced texts. The bedroom featured a four-poster bed that made Hogwarts furnishings seem austere by comparison. But it was the library access that truly took her breath away. A door from her study opened directly into what appeared to be a private wing of the Knott family library, thousands of volumes organized by magical discipline rather than arbitrary restrictions of light versus dark. Texts she'd only heard whispered about at Hogwarts sat openly on shelves. Magical theory that the ministry classified as prohibited knowledge waited at her fingertips. Research dating back centuries, preserved and annotated by generations of magical scholars unconstrained by political limitations. Despite everything, the grief over her mother, the separation from her father, the severance from friends, the alignment with former enemies, Hermione felt a treacherous thrill of intellectual excitement. Here was knowledge without arbitrary constraint. Power without political limitation. Magic in its rawest, most fundamental form, waiting to be understood and shaped. She ran her fingers along ancient spines, recognizing titles referenced in footnotes of Hogwarts texts but never made available to students. Magical theory that explained why spells worked rather than simply how to perform them. Research that approached magic as science rather than segregated disciplines. Overwhelming, isn't it? Draco's voice came from behind her. She turned to find him watching from the library entrance, his expression understanding rather than mocking. I didn't hear you arrive, she said. Knott gave me access permissions, he explained. Thought you might want an update on the Hogwarts situation after your dramatic exit. How bad, she asked, bracing herself. Potter's on warpath, naturally. Demanding emergency order meetings, insisting you're under magical coercion rather than acting voluntarily. Draco leaned against a bookshelf. Dumbledore's mobilized additional protection for remaining Order families, expecting retaliation for your kidnapping. I wasn't kidnapped, Hermione said automatically. Of course not. But it's easier for them to believe that than accept you made this choice with open eyes. Draco's expression turned knowing. No one likes acknowledging that their moral certainties might be situational rather than absolute. The observation struck uncomfortably close to home. Hadn't she once held similarly absolute convictions about right and wrong? Before her parents became targets, before the Order deemed them expendable, before she discovered how quickly moral principles crumbled when measured against survival necessities. The Prophet's running follow-up pieces, Draco continued. Speculation about your motivations, your parents' situation, your current whereabouts. Skeeters having a field day, Golden Girl gone dark, and similar rubbish. Let them speculate, Hermione said tiredly. It changes nothing practically. Spoken like a true pragmatist, Draco observed. You're adapting faster than most. She shot him a sharp look. Is that approval I hear, Malfoy? Observation, Granger. A ghost of his old smirk appeared. Though I admit watching Potter lose his mind over your defection carries certain satisfactions. The casual cruelty reminded her that Draco, for all their newfound common ground, remained fundamentally himself, shaped by privilege and prejudice even as circumstances forced him into uncomfortable growth. My defection isn't about Harry, she said firmly. It's about my father's survival. Initially, perhaps, Draco acknowledged. But you'll find motivation evolves with experience. What begins as necessity often transforms into conviction over time. The prediction unsettled her, the suggestion that her current pragmatic alignment might eventually become genuine ideological commitment. That she might someday believe in Voldemort's cause rather than merely serve it under coercion. Is that what happened to you? She asked. His expression shuddered. My situation differs from yours. The mark ensures certain loyalties, regardless of personal inclination. That sounds like magical coercion, she observed. It is, he said simply. But coercion matters less than results in our current reality. The blunt admission surprised her, Draco Malfoy acknowledging his service wasn't entirely voluntary, that the dark mark compelled loyalties beyond natural inclination. It humanized him in ways their years of antagonism never had. Why tell me this? She asked. Because unlike me, you still have degrees of freedom within your arrangement, he replied. The vow binds specific behaviors, not thoughts or ultimate allegiances. Understanding the distinction may prove significant as circumstances evolve. The veiled message wasn't lost on her. Draco was suggesting her position, while compromised, retained flexibility his did not. That her unbreakable vow constrained actions but not ultimate loyalty in ways the dark mark didn't allow. I should let you settle in, he said, straightening. The first meeting will be intense. Prepare thoroughly. The Dark Lord appreciates comprehensive analysis rather than hasty conclusions. After he left, Hermione remained in the library, mind processing not just the wealth of magical knowledge surrounding her but the complex web of relationships she now navigated. Theodore with his calculated mentorship, Draco with his veiled warnings, Voldemort himself with his apparent recognition of her value despite her blood status. None were friends as Harry and Ron had been, uncomplicated, loyal, fundamentally good despite their flaws. These new allies were calculating, damaged, operating within systems of power and constraint that created layers of motivation beyond simple friendship. Yet in some ways, they understood her current position better than her former friends ever could. They recognized the impossibility of moral purity during war, the necessity of compromise for survival, the thin line between principled resistance and privileged naivety. She pulled several books on magical signature modification from the shelves, the research Voldemort had specifically requested. Immersing herself in intellectual challenges provided refuge from emotional turmoil, a pattern established long before her current circumstances. If she was now Voldemort's researcher, she would excel at it as she had everything else. Not because she believed in his cause, but because excellence was fundamental to who she was, and because her father's continued safety depended on her value to the Dark Lord's plans. As midnight approached, Hermione finally retired to her bedroom, exhaustion overwhelming even her disciplined mind. The day's events replayed as she drifted toward sleep, Harry's betrayed expression, Ginny's accusations, Theodore's calculated welcome, Draco's veiled warnings. She had crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed, aligned herself with those she once opposed, separated from friends who had defined her for years. All for her father's survival, a motivation that justified everything in her mind, yet left countless questions about who she would become in the process. The Hermione Granger who had boarded the Hogwarts Express 6 years ago could never have imagined this outcome. The Hermione Granger who now lay in a Death Eater's manor, researching magic for Voldemort's cause, couldn't fully imagine who she would be when this war finally ended. But one thing remained certain, there was no going back. Only forward, into whatever darkness or light her choices created. Friday arrived with terrible swiftness. Hermione had spent the intervening days immersed in research, exploring the Knot Library's resources on magical signature modification with single-minded focus. The intellectual challenge provided distraction from emotional turmoil, allowing her to approach her first direct meeting with Voldemort with at least professional preparation, if not personal readiness. Theodore arrived at her rooms precisely at 7 that evening, dressed in formal robes. "The Dark Lord expects us at 8, he said. "Suitable attire has been provided." He gestured to garment bags laid across a chair, formal robes in deep blue rather than Death Eater black, quality evident even at a glance. The distinction was deliberate, Hermione realized. Not marked follower but valuable associate, separate classification with separate expectations. "How should I address him?" she asked, practical concerns providing focus against growing apprehension. "My lord is standard," Theodore replied. Direct but respectful tone. No excessive deference, he finds sycophancy tedious, but clear recognition of authority hierarchy. "Should I expect legitimacy?" Theodore raised an eyebrow, impressed by her foresight. "Possible but not certain. Surface thoughts may be skimmed regardless of acclimacy barriers. Focus on the research rather than personal reservations." The advice confirmed suspicions that had formed during their initial meeting. Voldemort might value her intellect but wouldn't trust her loyalty implicitly, not with her history and blood status. The vow ensured compliance but not conviction. She dressed carefully in the provided robes, which fit perfectly, another small reminder of how thoroughly her transition had been planned. When she emerged from her bedroom, Theodore nodded approval. "Professional but not subservient," he commented. "Appropriate presentation." The portkey, another innocuous book, activated precisely at 7:45, depositing them in a different wing of Malfoy Manor than their previous meeting. This antechamber featured dark wood paneling and ancestral portraits watching with thinly veiled disdain as Hermione smoothed her robes. Severus Snape waited by imposing double doors, expression inscrutable as always. "Miss Granger," he acknowledged with minimal inflection. "Mr. Knott. The Dark Lord awaits your research presentation." No hint of their former professor-student relationship colored his tone, just professional distance appropriate to their new context. Hermione wondered briefly what Snape truly thought of her transformation from Gryffindor know-it-all to Death Eater researcher. Did he see parallels to his own journey? Disappointment at another bright mind compromised by circumstance? Or simple acceptance of war's inevitable corruptions? The double doors opened to reveal a well-appointed study rather than the formal meeting room of their previous encounter. Voldemort sat behind an ornate desk, looking almost ordinary in the setting if one could overlook his serpentine features. No other Death Eaters were present, a private working session rather than ceremonial gathering. "Miss Granger," he greeted, red eyes assessing her with clinical interest. "Precisely on time. A quality I appreciate." "My lord," she responded, the title feeling foreign on her tongue but necessary within the new reality she inhabited. "Theodore informs me you've made remarkable progress with the signature modification research," Voldemort continued, gesturing to chairs positioned before his desk. "I look forward to your initial findings." No pleasantries, no mention of her public disavowal of Harry or departure from Hogwarts, straight to business, treating her as researcher rather than recent convert. The approach settled her nerves somewhat, allowing professional competence to overshadow personal discomfort. "I've identified 3 distinct approaches to magical signature modification," she began, extracting organized notes from her robes. "Each with specific applications depending on the monitoring system being countered." For the next hour, Hermione presented her research with methodical precision, explaining theoretical frameworks, practical applications, and potential development timelines for each approach. Voldemort listened with evident interest, occasionally interrupting with incisive questions that revealed sophisticated understanding of magical theory. "The primary challenge," she explained, indicating a complex arithmetic formula, "is that standard ministry detection relies on core magical signature recognition. Completely masking this signature creates magical, dead zones that trigger separate alarms. However, selective modification of peripheral harmonics while maintaining core resonance allows for altered spell classification without triggering absence detection. Similar to Polyjuice modifying physical appearance while maintaining magical core identity, Voldemort observed. Precisely, Hermione confirmed, professional excitement momentarily overriding the surreality of discussing advanced magical theory with the wizard who had tortured her mother to death. By applying similar principles to spellwork rather than physical transformation, we can create polyjuiced spells, magic that presents as standard while functioning as restricted. Something like approval flickered in those red eyes. Elegant conceptualization, Miss Granger. Timeframe for practical demonstration. 3 weeks for basic proof of concept, she replied. 2 months for refined applications across multiple spell categories. Voldemort nodded, apparently satisfied with the timeline. Resources required. Access to Ministry detection equipment for testing would accelerate development significantly, she said. Without it, we'll need to create simulation models based on theoretical parameters, which introduces margin for error. Arranged, Voldemort said simply. Yaxley will provide Ministry standard detection instruments within the week. The casual confirmation of Death Eater infiltration at the Ministry should have alarmed her. Instead, Hermione found herself calculating how the equipment would streamline her research timeline, another small step in her gradual normalization of working within Voldemort's infrastructure. The meeting continued in this vein, professional, focused, treating her as valuable contributor rather than coerced servant. Voldemort assigned additional research directions, approved resource requests, and established regular reporting schedules with the efficiency of any project manager, albeit one who commanded through fear as much as authority. Only as the meeting concluded did he reference her broader situation. Your public statement has created quite the stir, Miss Granger. Harry Potter is reportedly devastated by your betrayal. The satisfied tone made her stomach clench, but she maintained professional composure. I fulfilled that portion of our arrangement as agreed, she said neutrally. Indeed. Most effectively. Voldemort studied her with unnerving intensity. Potter believes you acted under coercion rather than choice. He's mobilizing resources to rescue you, as expected. The confirmation of Harry's response matched Draco's earlier report, but hearing it from Voldemort himself, with evident satisfaction at manipulating her friend's predictable loyalty, sparked a flicker of her old protective instinct toward Harry. My arrangement doesn't include serving as bait, she said carefully. The vow specified research and public disavowal only. Perceptive, Voldemort acknowledged, lips curving in what might have been amusement. Rest assured, Miss Granger, your primary value remains intellectual rather than tactical. Potter's reaction is simply, beneficial collateral. The phrasing echoed her own words from earlier conversations, acceptable collateral, twisted now to serve Voldemort's purposes. A reminder that language and justification could be weaponized regardless of original intent. If that's all, my lord, she asked, maintaining professional detachment despite internal disquiet. For now. Voldemort gestured dismissal. Continue development along the lines you've identified. Severus will coordinate resources and assist with potion-based applications as needed. As they left the study, Hermione felt the tension she'd been suppressing finally release, leaving exhaustion in its wake. Her first direct working session with Voldemort had proceeded better than expected, professional respect rather than demeaning treatment, intellectual engagement rather than cruel reminders of her compromised position. This, perhaps, was most disturbing of all, how easily she could compartmentalize working with the wizard responsible for her mother's death when the interaction remained professional and intellectually stimulating. How readily she could separate the monster who had tortured her family from the magical theorist who asked incisive questions about her research. You performed admirably, Theodore commented as they awaited the return port key in the antechamber. The Dark Lord rarely shows such engagement with initial presentations. The research is compelling independently of who presents it, Hermione replied, uncomfortable with praise for impressing Voldemort. Don't underestimate the significance, Snape interjected unexpectedly. The Dark Lord's interest ensures priority resources and protection. Both valuable commodities in current circumstances. His black eyes met hers briefly, communicating something beyond his words, though precisely what remained unclear. Warning? Advice? Recognition of her precarious position? Before she could analyze it further, the portkey activated, returning her and Theodore to Knot Manor. The familiar surroundings of her study, with its comfortable furnishings and well-stocked bookshelves, provided immediate relief from the tension of Malfoy Manor. Drink? Theodore offered, moving to the sideboard. Please, Hermione agreed, sinking into an armchair. Something stronger than last time. He poured generous measures of amber liquid, handing her a crystal tumbler. Ogden's Reserve. Appropriate for successful navigation of your first direct assignment. The fire whiskey burned pleasantly down her throat, warmth spreading through limbs chilled by more than physical cold. Is it always like that? She asked. So, normal. Working meetings generally are, Theodore confirmed. The Dark Lord appreciates efficiency and competence in professional contexts. Grand speeches and demonstrations of power are reserved for full gatherings when morale and intimidation serve specific purposes. The dual nature of Voldemort's leadership, calculated professional with valued associates, terrifying overlord with marked followers, added another layer to Hermione's understanding of how his organization functioned. Not simple mindless terrorism as the Order portrayed, but sophisticated infrastructure with differentiated roles and expectations. He mentioned Harry trying to rescue me, she said, staring into her drink. That was anticipated. Potter's hero complex makes him predictable, Theodore replied with a shrug. His reaction to your apparent defection was factored into strategic planning, yes. I won't help trap him, Hermione said firmly. That wasn't part of my vow. No one's asking you to, Theodore assured her. Your value lies elsewhere. Potter's self-destructive tendencies are his own contribution to the cause. The casual dismissal of Harry's loyalty as a weakness to be exploited rather than a virtue to be admired highlighted the fundamental difference in worldviews she now navigated. Where she had once seen Harry's determination to save everyone as his greatest strength, her new associates viewed it as strategic vulnerability, predictable, manipulable, useful for their purposes. And they weren't entirely wrong, from a purely tactical perspective. You're troubled, Theodore observed. Expected, given the circumstances, but counterproductive long-term. I'm working on compartmentalization, Hermione replied dryly. Good. It's essential for survival in current conditions. Theodore refilled their glasses. Though integration rather than compartmentalization ultimately serves better. Integration. The concept seemed impossible. How could she integrate working for her mother's murderer with any semblance of moral coherence? The person you were and the person circumstances have forced you to become, Theodore explained. Not separate compartments but evolved continuity. The Hermione who valued knowledge and protected loved ones hasn't disappeared, she's simply applying those same core values through different methods now. The perspective was simultaneously disturbing and oddly comforting, suggesting her current actions weren't complete betrayal of former self but adaptation of core values to impossible circumstances. Protection of loved ones through different means. Pursuit of knowledge without artificial constraints. Application of intelligence toward practical rather than ideological ends. That sounds suspiciously like rationalization, she said. All survival during war requires some degree of rationalization, Theodore replied without defensiveness. The difference is whether we acknowledge it or pretend moral purity while making the same compromises. The observation cut closer than comfortable. Hadn't the Order rationalized leaving her parents unprotected as resource allocation? Hadn't the Ministry justified prosecuting her for blood magic as public safety while Death Eaters infiltrated their ranks? Hadn't Harry himself rationalized countless rule-breaking and risk-taking as justified by greater good? I should continue working, she said, setting aside her empty glass. The timeline I promised is aggressive. Theodore recognized the conversation's end, rising with characteristic grace. "I'll be available to assist with arithmetic modeling tomorrow. Tonight, perhaps focus on theoretical frameworks rather than practical applications. Better suited to post-meeting mental state." After he left, Hermione returned to the library, seeking refuge in books and research as she had throughout her life. The familiar rhythm of information gathering and analysis provided stability amid emotional turbulence, a constant regardless of which side she served or what compromises circumstances forced upon her. Hours later, surrounded by stacks of reference texts and pages of notes, she finally acknowledged what she'd been avoiding since her meeting with Voldemort. The research itself, magical signature modification to bypass ministry detection, fascinated her intellectually. The theoretical challenges, the practical applications, the elegant solutions emerging from complex magical theory, all engaged her mind in ways Hogwarts coursework rarely had. This was the terrible truth she'd been avoiding: she enjoyed the work itself, regardless of its ultimate purpose or who had commissioned it. The magical theory underlying signature modification was genuinely interesting, the research methodology intellectually satisfying, the resources at her disposal more comprehensive than anything Hogwarts had offered. What did it say about her that she could find intellectual fulfillment in research for Voldemort? That she could compartmentalize the work from its ultimate applications? That she could separate professional engagement from moral evaluation? Nothing good, she suspected. Nothing the Hermione Granger of a year ago would recognize or approve. Yet here she was, notes spread across library tables, mind engaged with fascinating magical theory, professional satisfaction competing with moral disquiet. The integration Theodore had mentioned seemed impossible yet was happening nonetheless, her intellectual curiosity and problem-solving nature finding expression through channels she would once have rejected absolutely. A soft knock interrupted her troubled reflections. Draco stood in the library doorway, looking more exhausted than usual. "Working late?" he asked, eyeing the research materials scattered across tables. "Focusing on the theoretical frameworks," she replied, gesturing to her notes. "Theodore mentioned you might assist with practical applications later." Draco nodded, entering the library proper. "I heard your meeting went well." "If by well you mean I managed to discuss magical theory with my mother's murderer without breaking down completely, then yes." The bitter assessment escaped before she could censor it. Rather than taking offense, Draco gave her a look of genuine understanding. "Compartmentalization is a survival skill," he said quietly. "Not a moral failing." The echo of her earlier conversation with Theodore struck her. That seems to be the consensus around here. Because it's true. Draco claimed a chair across from her. None of us would survive otherwise. The admission of shared struggle rather than pretended loyalty humanized him further. Not Draco Malfoy, proud Death Eater continuing family tradition, but Draco Malfoy, trapped young man navigating impossible circumstances through whatever psychological mechanisms allowed continued function. "Does it get easier?" she asked for the second time since this journey began. "Not easier," he replied honestly. "Just more routine. The shock fades, though the fundamental wrongness doesn't." The assessment matched her own experience thus far, intellectual engagement coexisting with moral disquiet, professional function alongside personal revulsion, adaptation without acceptance. "Potter's organized a rescue mission," Draco said, changing subjects abruptly. "Planned for next week. Predictably reckless, predictably doomed." Alarm shot through her. "How do you know this? What are they planning?" "Snape," he answered simply. Still playing his double agent role despite, he stopped abruptly, reconsidering whatever he'd been about to reveal. "Despite changing circumstances. The details aren't important. It won't succeed. They'll be walking into a trap," Hermione realized, heart sinking. "Because of me. Because of Potter's hero complex and strategic incompetence," Draco corrected. "Your situation is merely catalyst, not cause." The distinction meant little practically. Harry would endanger himself trying to save her, whether she'd actively participated in setting the trap or merely provided the bait through her apparent defection. "I need to warn him," she said, half to herself. "Make him understand the vow can't be broken, that attempts to rescue me only create vulnerability." "How?" Draco asked practically. "Any direct communication would violate your vow against supporting his cause. Any indirect warning would be intercepted or dismissed as coerced." He was right, which only intensified her frustration. The unbreakable vow prevented direct assistance to Harry, while his own determination to save her would override any subtle discouragement she might manage to communicate. There must be something, she insisted. Some way to prevent him walking into danger without directly violating the vow. Draco studied her with unexpected intensity. "Be careful, Granger. The vow allows certain intellectual flexibility, but actively seeking loopholes risks triggering its constraints. Focus on your assigned research. Let Potter make his own mistakes." The advice, while pragmatically sound, struck against everything that had defined her relationship with Harry for 6 years. She had always been his safeguard, his voice of caution, his researcher and planner. Abandoning him to his own impulsive tendencies felt wrong on a fundamental level, vow or no vow. "I can't just do nothing while he walks into a trap," she said. "You can and will," Draco replied, voice hardening. "Unless you fancy dropping dead when the vow detects active assistance to Potter's cause." How exactly would that help him? The brutal assessment silenced her momentarily. He was right, the vow would kill her if she directly aided Harry against Voldemort's interests. Her death would serve no purpose except adding grief to Harry's already compromised judgment. "This is what it means now," Draco continued more gently. "Accepting limitations you can't change. Focusing on what remains within your control. Finding ways to survive with some part of yourself intact." "Which part?" she asked bitterly. "The part that abandons friends? The part that works for my mother's murderer? The part that compartmentalizes until nothing cohesive remains? The part that still asks these questions," he replied unexpectedly. "The part that hasn't surrendered moral evaluation even while accepting practical necessity. The part that recognizes wrongness while navigating it." The assessment surprised her, Draco Malfoy identifying moral questioning itself as the core worth preserving, even when circumstances prevented moral action. Not black and white division between good and evil but continued recognition of the distinction even when trapped in gray areas. "That's not what I expected from you," she admitted. "Yes, well." He looked away, uncomfortable with having revealed too much. Recent years have been educational for everyone. The understated description of what must have been his own moral collapse and adaptation almost made her smile despite everything. Draco had developed unexpected depths beneath his privileged exterior, capacity for nuance, recognition of moral complexity, even something approaching empathy, however reluctantly expressed. "Get some rest," he advised, standing. "The research timeline you promised is ambitious even by your standards. Better approached with clear mind than emotional exhaustion." After he left, Hermione reluctantly acknowledged the wisdom in his suggestion. She'd been working for hours without break, mind cycling between intellectual engagement with the research and moral distress about its applications and implications. In her bedroom, she found Crookshanks curled on her pillow, delivered as promised from Hogwarts. The half-Kneazle raised his squashed face, eyeing her with what seemed like judgment before deciding affection outweighed whatever feline moral evaluation he conducted. He butted his head against her hand, purring loudly. "At least you still approve of me," she murmured, scratching behind his ears. "Though your standards are admittedly flexible." Crookshank's simple presence offered comfort she hadn't realized she needed, continuity from her former life, unconditional acceptance without the complications of human moral judgment. Whatever she had become, whatever compromises circumstances had forced upon her, her cat still recognized her essential self beneath adaptations and justifications. As she prepared for bed, an owl arrived at her window, elegant black plumage marking it as a Malfoy bird rather than standard postal service. The sealed parchment it carried bore no external identification, but the handwriting inside was immediately recognizable. Miss Granger, your research presentation demonstrated expected competence. Continue development along proposed lines with particular attention to detection threshold variance across monitoring systems. Regarding peripheral matters, certain impulsive associates of your former acquaintances may undertake ill-advised initiatives in coming days. While direct intervention would violate established parameters, awareness of potential developments serves all parties' interests. Timing suggests Wednesday evening focal point. Appropriate distance from such developments remains advisable. SS Snape. Warning her about Harry's rescue attempt while maintaining plausible deniability. Providing specific timing without explicitly instructing her to intervene. Threading the needle of her vow's constraints while offering what information he could. Why? Their relationship had never been warm, his disdain for her hand-raising and textbook knowledge evident throughout her Hogwarts years. Yet here he was, risking his position to provide veiled warning about Harry's planned rescue attempt. Unless, this wasn't solely for her benefit but part of Snape's own complex navigation between loyalties. Warning her while maintaining his cover, providing information that served multiple possible interpretations depending on who discovered the communication. Clever. Protecting himself while offering what assistance he could within constraints they both operated under. Hermione burned the note immediately, destroying evidence of communication that could compromise either of them. Wednesday evening. 3 days hence. Harry's ill-advised rescue attempt would come then, walking into whatever trap had been prepared with his predictable heroic determination. And she could do nothing to directly warn or save him without triggering her vow. But Snape's note suggested something beyond mere information. Awareness of timing created possibilities for indirect influence. Not intervention but strategic positioning. Not warning but perhaps, distraction. If she couldn't warn Harry directly, perhaps she could ensure whatever trap awaited him found her unavailable as bait. Her vow prevented active assistance to his cause but said nothing about her own positioning during key moments. A plan began forming, not direct opposition to Voldemort's designs, which would trigger the vow, but strategic unavailability during critical timing. Not helping Harry directly but ensuring her absence complicated whatever scenario had been constructed around her presence. She would need to be careful, navigating the precise boundaries of her magical oath while creating circumstances that indirectly benefited Harry without actively supporting his cause. A dangerous balance requiring exact understanding of the vow's parameters. But if anyone could identify and exploit the precise linguistic and magical limitations of a complex magical contract, it was Hermione Granger. This, after all, was why Voldemort valued her, the same analytical mind that had solved Snape's potion riddle in first year, brewed polyjuice in second, mastered time-turners in third. For the first time since taking the vow, Hermione felt something beyond resigned acceptance of her circumstances, a flicker of agency within constraints, possibility within limitation, resistance within compliance. Not direct opposition, which the vow would never permit, but creative navigation of its boundaries. Not breaking her oath but understanding its precise scope and limitations. Not Gryffindor defiance but Slytherin cunning applied to predetermined parameters. Perhaps Theodore had been right about integration rather than compartmentalization. Perhaps the Hermione who protected Harry through research and planning could coexist with the Hermione who worked within Voldemort's infrastructure. Perhaps intelligence applied to magical contracts could serve multiple masters simultaneously. As she finally drifted toward sleep, Crookshanks purring against her side, Hermione acknowledged what her analytical mind had been processing since arriving at Knot Manor. Her value to Voldemort created leverage as well as obligation. Her demonstrated competence established worth that could be utilized for multiple purposes. Her position, while compromised, wasn't powerless. The realization didn't change her fundamental circumstances, the vow remained binding, her research directly served Voldemort's purposes, her public alignment with his cause was irrevocable. But within those immutable parameters, degrees of freedom remained that she had only begun to explore. The Hermione Granger who had walked into Voldemort's study that evening wasn't the same Hermione Granger who now plotted creative navigation of magical constraints. Both were her, integrated rather than compartmentalized, adapted rather than transformed entirely. Whether this evolution represented resilience or corruption remained an open question, one she would continue asking even as circumstances forced actions her former self would never have contemplated. Wednesday arrived with oppressive inevitability. Hermione had spent the intervening days building her research credibility through focused progress on the magical signature modification project, establishing routines that would make her planned unavailability during the evening less suspicious. The strategy required delicate balance, creating circumstances that would remove her as an element in whatever trap awaited Harry without actively assisting his cause, which would trigger her vow. Indirect rather than direct intervention. Absence rather than opposition. By mid-afternoon, she had implemented the first phase, requesting specialized ingredients for her research that would require personal examination rather than simple delivery. Specifically, components available only from a specialist supplier in northern Scotland, requiring travel via secured portkey rather than simple owl order. The sensitivity of these ingredients necessitates direct inspection, she explained to Theodore, presenting a detailed requisition with impeccable justification. Contamination or substitution would compromise weeks of development. Theodore examined her request with characteristic thoroughness. The timing is inconvenient, he noted. The Dark Lord has scheduled a gathering this evening. My presence wasn't requested, Hermione countered smoothly. An expedition now prevents delays in the development timeline I presented. Professional justification rather than personal preference. Advancement of Voldemort's assigned project rather than avoidance of his gathering. Framing that emphasized service rather than evasion. After consideration, Theodore approved the request. The portkey can be arranged for 4 o'clock. I'll notify Stevenson's apothecary of your arrival. Thank you, she replied, maintaining professional demeanor despite internal relief. I expect the inspection will require several hours given the complexity of the components. The casual establishment of extended timeline passed without challenge. Theodore trusted her professional assessment of technical requirements, his own experience with complex magical components supporting her estimated duration. By 4 o'clock, Hermione had positioned herself precisely where she needed to be, far from Malfoy Manor where Harry's attempted rescue would likely focus, engaged in activities that directly served her assigned research rather than opposing Voldemort's plans. No direct assistance to Harry's cause, which would trigger her vow, but strategic unavailability that might indirectly complicate whatever scenario awaited him. Stevenson's apothecary proved legitimately useful despite its primary function as her alibi. The elderly proprietor, a hunched wizard with encyclopedic knowledge of magical components, assisted her inspection of rare ingredients with professional enthusiasm untempered by political awareness. The Phoenix Tears must be certified untampered, he explained, showing her authentication methods for the precious substance. False substitutes abound since Dumbledore's bird provides the only reliable British source. Hermione examined the authentication spells with genuine interest, her researcher's mind temporarily distracted from the evening's larger significance by legitimate intellectual engagement. The ingredients, while selected primarily as alibi, would indeed prove valuable for her assigned project, practical utility supporting her cover story. Hours passed in detailed inspection and technical discussion, her portkey back to Not Manor scheduled for 9 o'clock, well after whatever confrontation awaited Harry would have concluded. The timing was deliberate, ensuring her absence throughout the critical period while maintaining plausible deniability regarding her awareness of its significance. At 8:30, as she completed her final transactions with Stevenson, a silver lynx Patronus burst through the apothecary wall, startling the elderly proprietor into dropping a vial of powdered bicorn horn. Urgent, came Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep voice from the spectral creature. Potter trapped at Malfoy Manor. Order members engaged. Casualties reported. Reinforcements required immediately. Not addressed to her specifically, a broadcast to Order members rather than targeted message, but its appearance in her vicinity suggested magical tracking had identified her location despite precautions. The lynx vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Stevenson staring at the space it had occupied. "Oh dear," the old man murmured. "Most irregular. Though these are irregular times, I suppose." Hermione stood frozen, mind racing through implications. Harry had attempted rescue as predicted. The trap had sprung as expected. Order members had accompanied him, resulting in casualties. And now Kingsley was broadcasting for reinforcements, unaware his message had reached her as well. Her vow prevented direct assistance to Harry against Voldemort's interests. Responding to Kingsley's call would unquestionably trigger its lethal consequences. Yet doing nothing while Harry and Order members faced danger she had indirectly facilitated through her very existence felt equally impossible. The conflict between magical constraint and moral impulse created physical discomfort, pressure in her chest where the vow resided, demanding compliance with its parameters while her conscience screamed for intervention. "Miss Stevenson was watching her with concern. Are you quite well? You've gone rather pale." "Fine," she managed, forcing composure. "Just surprised by the interruption." Her port key wouldn't activate for another 25 minutes, time during which the situation at Malfoy Manor would develop without her knowledge or influence. Time during which Harry and others might die in a trap set using her as bait, while she remained helplessly distant due to her own strategic planning. Irony at its most bitter, her attempt to remove herself from the trap had succeeded only in preventing any possibility of mitigating its consequences once sprung. Had she remained at Knot Manor, perhaps she could have found some way to influence events within her vow's constraints. Now she was simply absent while disaster unfolded. "Actually," she said to Stevenson, decision forming, "is your Flo connection available for emergency use? A situation has arisen requiring immediate attention." "Of course, my dear," the old man replied, gesturing toward a small fireplace in the back office. "Help yourself. These are difficult times for everyone." Hermione approached the Flo with careful calculation. Her vow prevented direct assistance to Harry against Voldemort. It prevented active opposition to the Dark Lord's objectives. But it said nothing about neutral third-party notification of potentially relevant information. Taking a pinch of Flo powder, she threw it into the flames. "Percy Weasley's office, Ministry of Magic," she called clearly. The connection established, revealing Percy's startled face in green flames. "Miss Granger?" "This is unexpected, no time," she interrupted. "I've just witnessed a Patronus message from Kingsley Shacklebolt. Harry Potter and Order members are trapped at Malfoy Manor with casualties reported. Kingsley is calling for reinforcements." Percy's expression shifted from surprise to focused urgency. "I see. And you're contacting me because—" "Because my current situation prevents direct intervention," she replied carefully. "But nothing prevents me from notifying a ministry official of potential illegal activity at a private residence." Understanding dawned in Percy's eyes. "Of course. A responsible citizen reporting suspected criminal behavior. Nothing more." "Exactly," she confirmed. "What you do with this information is entirely at your discretion as a ministry employee. I've simply fulfilled my civic obligation to report potential lawbreaking." "Understood. Thank you for this notification, Miss Granger." Percy's tone conveyed comprehension of the delicate balance she was striking. "Rest assured appropriate action will follow." The connection ended, leaving Hermione standing before empty flames. She had violated neither letter nor spirit of her vow, no direct assistance to Harry against Voldemort, no active opposition to Death Eater objectives. Merely notification of a neutral third party regarding information that came into her possession incidentally. What Percy did with that information, whether he mobilized Ministry Aurors or contacted Order reinforcements through channels separate from her involvement, remained his decision entirely. Her hands were technically clean while potentially setting in motion interventions that might help Harry indirectly. Whether this technicality would satisfy the vow's magic remained to be seen. The pressure in her chest neither increased nor diminished, suggesting her action fell within acceptable parameters, if perhaps approaching their boundaries. All settled then? Stevenson asked as she returned to the main shop area. As much as possible given constraints, she replied truthfully. Thank you for your assistance today, both with the ingredients and the flow access. Think nothing of it, my dear. We all do what we can in difficult times. The old apothecary began carefully packaging her selected ingredients. These should serve your research needs admirably, though I confess curiosity about the specific application. Magical signature modification, perhaps. The component combination suggests interesting possibilities. Hermione stiffened slightly. You're familiar with the field. I've supplied components for various research directions over many decades, Stevenson replied mildly. Ingredients speak their own language to those who listen carefully. Yours tell quite the fascinating story. The implication that he recognized her research direction from component selection alone suggested greater awareness than his doddering appearance indicated. Whether this represented threat or opportunity remained unclear. Research directions often evolve with deeper understanding, she said carefully. Indeed they do. Stevenson handed her the completed package. And researchers sometimes find applications beyond initial parameters. Flexibility of purpose serves progress admirably. The cryptic statement could be interpreted multiple ways: innocent observation about research methodology or veiled suggestion about her current circumstances. Before she could probe further, her portkey activated, a gentle warming of the silver token in her pocket indicating imminent departure. My transportation activates in moments, she said, gathering her purchases. Thank you again for your expertise. Safe travels, Miss Granger, Stevenson replied. And remember, magical theory allows multiple expressions from similar foundations. The practitioner determines application more than intrinsic properties. With that philosophical observation lingering in her mind, the portkey activated fully, whisking her from Scotland back to Knott Manor in a disorienting whirl of magical transportation. She arrived in her study to find Theodore waiting, expression uncharacteristically tense. You've missed excitement, he said without preamble. Potter attempted his predictable rescue mission this evening. Did he? She kept her tone neutral, placing her ingredient packages on a nearby table with deliberate casualness. I assume it failed, given your presence here rather than at Malfoy Manor. Not entirely as expected, Theodore replied, studying her with narrowed eyes. The order arrived in greater numbers than anticipated. As did ministry orders, curiously enough. Most irregular timing. The implication hung between them. Suspicious coincidence that orders arrived during Harry's rescue attempt, particularly given her convenient absence during the critical period. The ministry has been increasing raids recently, she observed. Likely coincidence rather than coordination. Perhaps. Theodore's tone suggested significant doubt. In any case, Potter escaped along with most of his rescue party. 2 casualties on their side, 5 injuries on ours, including my father. The clinical reporting of casualties, human beings reduced to statistical outcomes, highlighted yet another aspect of her new reality. Theodore assessing battle results like chess positions rather than life-and-death consequences. And the Dark Lord's reaction, she asked, focusing on practical implications rather than moral evaluation. Displeased, naturally, though focused primarily on ministry interference rather than Potter's escape. Theodore's gaze remained calculating. Your absence was noted, though explained by your research expedition. Most convenient timing. The subtle accusation required careful response. Ingredient quality directly impacts research progress, she replied evenly. Timing was determined by supplier availability, nothing more. Of course. Theodore clearly remained skeptical but lacked direct evidence of deliberate planning on her part. In any case, your meeting with the Dark Lord tomorrow proceeds as scheduled. He's particularly interested in your progress given recent developments. The statement carried veiled warning, greater scrutiny following tonight's events, increased attention to her activities and loyalties, potential consequences if connections were drawn between her absence and the failed trap. "I'll prepare a comprehensive update," she assured him. The components acquired today should accelerate development significantly. After Theodore left, Hermione remained motionless in her study, processing implications of the evening's events. Harry had escaped the trap, along with most of his rescue party. 2 unnamed casualties on the Order side, unknown individuals whose deaths now weighed on her conscience despite her attempts to mitigate the situation. Her notification to Percy appeared to have resulted in Ministry intervention that aided Harry's escape, though not without cost. Her strategic absence had prevented her use as direct bait while maintaining technical compliance with her vow. A qualified success within terrible constraints. Yet the cost remained significant: lives lost, her position potentially compromised, Voldemort's scrutiny intensified. The delicate balance she attempted to maintain between compliance and resistance had survived its first test, but at price that called its sustainability into question. Could she continue navigating these constraints indefinitely? Finding technical compliance while maintaining some essence of her former principles? Serving Voldemort's immediate demands while avoiding complete surrender of moral agency? The question had no clear answer, only the certainty that she would continue trying, continue seeking that narrow path between impossible alternatives. Not because it offered moral comfort or clear conscience, but because the alternative meant complete surrender of whatever remained of Hermione Granger beneath adaptations forced by circumstance. As she unpacked the ingredients from Stevenson's apothecary, the old wizard's cryptic observation returned to mind: magical theory allows multiple expressions from similar foundations. The practitioner determines application more than intrinsic properties. Applied to her current situation, the philosophy suggested possibility amid constraint, that even within the parameters of her vow and circumstances, application remained partially her choice. Not unlimited freedom but degrees of determination regarding how she fulfilled obligations while maintaining core identity. Small comfort, perhaps, but comfort nonetheless as she prepared for tomorrow's meeting with Voldemort. She had demonstrated both value through research progress and compliance through technical adherence to her vow. She had neither directly helped Harry nor directly opposed Voldemort. She had maintained the delicate balance required for survival while preserving some fragment of agency within impossible constraints. For now, that would have to be enough, not moral victory but continued resistance to complete surrender. Not heroism but stubborn persistence. Not freedom but navigation of constraint with whatever ingenuity circumstances still permitted. The Hermione Granger who had once believed in clear moral divisions would have found such compromise unacceptable. The Hermione Granger who had watched her mother tortured to death and bound herself to Voldemort to save her father recognized it as the only path remaining that preserved any part of her former self while ensuring survival. Integration rather than compartmentalization. Adaptation rather than transformation. Resistance within compliance rather than futile defiance or complete surrender. This was her reality now, the dark side of brilliance applied to impossible choices in a world that offered no clean solutions or moral absolutes. Not what she would have chosen, but what circumstances had created from the girl who once believed knowledge alone could solve any problem. Some problems, it seemed, offered only better or worse navigation rather than true solutions. This, perhaps, was the most difficult lesson of all. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.